Good evening. I'd like to call to order the Board of Commissioners' regular workshop meeting. Today is Wednesday, July the 23rd, 2025. It is 6 p.m. City Clerk, would you call the roll, please?
Mayor Brooks,
Here.
Vice Mayor Kerr,
Here.
Commissioner Taglerini,
Here.
Commissioner McGeehan,
Here.
Commissioner Gavalle.
Here.
The motion carried 5-0. Oh,
Thank you.
sorry. We're all present.
Before I read for public comment, Community Development has a technical assistance grant that they would like to add to Section 8 under the Community Development. If no one is opposed to that, we'll add that as item C. Is everybody okay with that?
Yeah.
Okay. Then we will move to public comment.
If we're talking about the agenda items, I was going to mention, should item I be moved up ahead of item H? The potential property purchase maybe should go right after the letter to the marina parcels, because it seems like they're both related. So I move up right after G.
Trade places with H and I?
Yes,
Okay.
unless anybody has an objection to that.
I do not have an objection to that. Objection.
Thank you.
Okay, public comment. Public participation is encouraged. If you are addressing the commission, step to the podium and state your name and address for the record and the organization you represent or group you represent. Please limit your comments to 5 minutes and do not include any topic on the agenda. Public comment on agenda items will be allowed when they come up. If you would like someone at the city to follow up on a comment or question made at the meeting, you may fill out a comment card with the contact information and give it to the city manager. Comment cards are available at the back table in the commission chambers. Completing a comment card is not mandatory. Do we have any public comment? With no public comment, we will move right to community development impact fees
Mayor,
discussion.
I'm sorry.
Oh, I am so sorry. Yes, Commissioner
I
Taglerini.
just want to say this, but I know we have a lot of items on our agenda. This photo album was given to me at our last Big C meeting, the one that I stood in for you. A gentleman gave many of the municipalities a photo album of some really nice artifacts of their city. This one from Madeira Beach includes old hotels and properties and businesses, some really large blow-ups of John's Pass and the groundbreaking ceremony for some of the church by the sea and the old police department. I just wanted to make everybody aware that we have this. And my plan was to give it to the library and let Stan decide how he wants to display this, because they're all really well documented. And many of the postcards still have the message on the back, so they're very cool. So if that's okay, I'm going to go ahead and take it over to the library tomorrow and let him put it in the artifacts section.
I think that's super cool.
Okay, great. Thank you, Mayor.
You dropped one. Thanks.
See, I can't remember something if I don't write it down. I didn't have it written down. So first on the agenda is community development impact fees discussion. We'll hand this over to community development.
All right, it'll be me and Marcy mostly talking about this. And then we also have Rodney and Nicole with Ford Pinellas in case if you have any additional questions for them, as well as Jerry Murphy should still be on the line if you have any questions for him. This impact fees, we're mostly talking about Senate Bill 180. If you can flip to, let's see, oh, hold on just a second. I have it in the packet. Let me get the page number. Of course, my computer just died. Basically, in Senate Bill 180, you cannot charge anything. It was signed into law July 1st in 2025. It prohibits the imposition of impact fees for the replacement of structures if the same land use is the same as the original, unless a replacement is substantial demand on the public facilities. So I know that the board has previously discussed concerns about our impact fees and whether or not to research our local impact fees on counting enclosed spaces, like garages, enclosing them and elevating them for living square footage. One thing that we have discussed is in our code currently, in Chapter 92, in the definitions, the building area talks about the total living square footage, which if you go to the Pinellas County Property Appraiser, which Marcy has up, currently we take the heated square footage. So it's for living area square foot. So in this case, the example that's on the screen, it's 1430 square feet. One option that we're kind of discussing is potentially looking at the gross square foot area instead of taking that living square foot area. This is something, if we did make a change, we would have to change our code. This is something that we would need to discuss further with Tom Trask, to see if this would make us do a further study of the impact fees, or if we could go off of Senate Bill 180 and make this change to our LDRs. That's kind of staff's idea of being in compliance with Senate Bill 180.
Do we have any public comment? Commissioners?
I feel like if we align with Senate Bill 180, that would solve a lot of the issues that have come up, that many of our discussions, I think.
It appears that it would take care of the issue with people elevating their home and being able to take the footprint of the entire home, basically, that was enclosed in walls and with roof structure, and elevate that without any impact, any fees being associated with it. So I would approve with that. I would like to understand Attorney Trask's position, if he had any, on if we can do this. I'm just reading there, prohibits the imposition of impact fees for the replacement of structures if the land is in the same as the original unless a replacement structure increases demand on public facilities. So as long as it complies, I'd be okay with that.
Comments? Agree? I agree also. We had extensive conversation about this, so I really, if Attorney Trask agrees that it's something we can do, I'm in agreement with it.
So there's no question in my mind that you can do it. The question is whether or not you need to do it, you can do it without a study. I know this question was brought up just today. I received an email when I was in a hearing in Tampa. So I have not had the opportunity to talk to Mr. Murphy about it or really put any deep thought into it. So I can't really give you an answer right now. But the bottom line is you can change your code, but you remember your code relating to impact fees has to be data-driven, and I'm just concerned that making the change without the data, it may put us in a technical violation or issue later on. I don't want that to happen. So I don't know the answer to your question right now, but we will review it, and I will talk to Mr. Murphy if he is hired by the city. Okay.
Thank you.
Is Mr. Murphy still on the line?
He should be, unless if there was any issues.
I just was.
He is.
Oh.
I was wondering what Mr. Murphy's input is on this. Does he has any comments?
Well, I'm in agreement with Mr. Trask. I think that, because your impact fee ordinance is based on data and the data is in a study, you would need to revise that study to make sure that it would be legal.
Would you recommend, is there any action we need to take between now and that study? We just put a moratorium on the mobility section until we get some feedback on that. Do we have any legal or advisement where we go between now and a study, and who would carry that study.
So my recommendation would be to continue on with what you're currently doing. If there is a need sometime in the future where the data tells us something different, you can always refund whatever is the difference or that the data reveals. If there's no difference, obviously, then it's a non-issue. But I would not recommend you changing your code at this point or creating a moratorium. The moratorium for the mobility fee was specifically with regard to the statute and the possibility of you collecting twice for the same impact. The other two impact fees that you collect have nothing to do with the mobility fee. So obviously it's a legislative decision, but there is no need at this point to have a moratorium on the other two impact fees.
So if we collect these fees with that, prior to the study, do we just make sure, do we have to do anything to make sure we don't spend these fees? Do we keep them in that, retained in a fund, basically until we understand what we can or cannot do? And do we need to take any action to make sure that happens?
Well, there's no question you would be entitled to the portion of the home that impacts those two categories that you have. The question is does it impact it one step higher or more significant because of the fact that now you're including the garage that was elevated that wasn't there before? So I just don't want you to feel that it's going to be a win-win situation either way. We don't really know that at this point.
So then I have a question. I liked the idea of the, not collecting on the total square footage and not being specific to heated. I felt like that was a compromise for what Commissioner Kerr wanted, what he had brought before us for discussion. I hate the idea of spending $30,000 to take away one little sliver of our impact fees. That being said, the impact fees that we're going to pay to the county are not subject to us making a decision what we collect, because we're going to collect based on their guidelines, based on their schedule, period. So if they calculate that the garage is not part of, then we don't get to make that decision. That's their decision. So what we're talking about isn't the interlocal agreement impact fees. It is just Madeira Beach City's impact fees. So I'm just saying that for clarification. So what we're discussing is we're collecting the impact fees, and the idea and question is to not collect impact fees on the total square footage of a house, including the non-air conditioned area. But to be able to do that, the city attorney is saying that we would need to get a study, or that's what he believes we would need a study. So my comment would be, if we could research that to make sure that we do need a study, and if we do need a study, we're already paying Kimley Horn to do a lot of work for us. Is that something that we could have done through them that would not be at $30,000? That could be an add-on item that they would, they're already doing so much work for us in our land development and all these different things. Is that something that could be so that added into their scope of work and would not be at such a high rate? I don't know if there's any, I don't expect you to answer that. That would be what I would want to understand the opportunity. And are they as equally qualified, to do, I don't know that. And you could bring us that back and tell us that.
I can reach out to Kimley Horn and see if they have done impact fees, and if they've studied impact fees, what their experience is on that. But yes, Tom and I will be discussing whether or not we need to fully research and redo the study of the impact fees before, and we'll be bringing that back to you.
Okay. As far as refunding, I don't know that, why would we refund if it's not I think that's a whole nother discussion on whether or not you retro it back, or that's for another day once we figure out whether we can.
I think for, just to be clear, because, so right now we're issuing permits for homes that are elevating. So they are converting this space to now newly air-conditioned livable space. If we are to continue forward with what we've been doing, then we would collect those fees at the time that we issue the permit. And it sounds like we're not going to change that process until such time as we're told to change it. That's what I'm hearing.
That's what I heard.
Okay.
Yes.
So what we can do is we've been tracking that as far as the ones that we're doing post Senate Bill 180, and we'll have that data, but we'll continue charging as we have been.
Okay, thank you. Anything, more comments?
I mean, we were considering an arbitrary number of 500 square foot when we never really decided, never brought that to a vote, or why would this be any different? I guess it would be my question to Attorney Trask. I mean, how could we have done that, but not just agree that if it's under roof and enclosed, whether it's heated or not, that be used in the calculation?
I think it's the exact same thing. It's data driven. And, I was not asked whether or not I thought that would be, that you could do that without a study. So I don't want there to be any belief that because of the fact that there was a discussion up there that kind of committed us one way or the other as to whether a study needed to be done. You get to make the decision whether you want to do that. But I wasn't asked for a legal opinion relative to, well, if you do that, do we need a study? I'm telling you right now that I think if you make any modifications to the impact fee ordinance, whether it on any of the three categories, we need to make sure that it's supported by the data that we have, because that's where we get attacked, that we just arbitrarily decide to make a decision to change something, but we don't do it based upon any data. So,
I understand that, but
Okay.
my understanding also is the data that it's based on now is what, 6 years old? 5 years old, 4 years? I don't know. It's getting old. And it was Mr. Murphy that recommended that it was old enough that we need to consider not redoing the total study that we did in the beginning, but doing the calculations that we needed to do anyway. So, it could be argued that the impact fee that's being addressed now is not current data.
that's correct. So you're really talking about three reasons you need that, that study. One is are we charging twice for the mobility fee? One is, do we need to update it because things have changed in the city to provide the same service at the facilities that were being discussed or considered, when it was originally adopted? And then the third aspect of it now we're talking about is to include this garage space. Now it's going to be habitable space. So 3 different reasons why you want to study, and they could all be done at the same time. So.
Would that be paid for out of the impact fees that we've already collected? Can we?
Something we would have to look into more. I know there's administrative costs. I didn't see any specifics on the percent or amount, but I would definitely want to do some more research and what could be.
It would be a
from
lot
there.
easier to spend the money if we were spending money that we collected on the fee that we're doing a study on, instead of spending it from another.
That makes sense.
It'd be easier for me to vote yes if that was the case.
Is this something we need to vote on tonight, or is this something we just push down?
This is a workshop meeting.
Okay, this workshop. Okay.
Any further comments?
Yeah.
Can we not use Pinellas County tables for the impact fee calculations? I mean, they've done the studies, they've done all the work.
That's for mobility, that's for transportation. It's
Yes.
not for the other categories that you collect on. They don't do any studies on what it needs to run your Parks and Rec department. They don't
No,
do
I
it what,
understand that.
on
I
public
say we're
safety.
all talking about traffic. Are we not?
No,
All of it,
all
yeah.
of it.
Anything additional? Thank you. So you'll bring us back some,
Yes, we'll bring that back.
Information. Awesome.
And whether we can use that fund, we'll talk to Kimley Horn as well. And then we'll set up meetings with Mr. Trask.
awesome, thank you. Next on the agenda is Board of Commissioners, the 2026 Board of Commissioners meeting schedule.
So Mayor and Commission, we have in front of you, just to give you an idea of dates, times for our commission meetings, workshops, around city holidays. If there's anything you would like to change, certainly have a discussion of any input on your part for next year.
Does anyone have any conflicts currently?
Not this far in advance.
So I have two. In January, not January, I apologize, in February, if the meeting could be, our meetings could be done on the 4th and the 11th. And if that's not okay, then if that doesn't work for everyone, then we can keep it as it is.
I have no conflicts.
I'm fine with that change.
As far as I know.
And then in April, if we could do the 22nd meeting on the 29th.
We're saying the 8th and the 29th?
Yes.
That should be fine.
Thank you very much. You guys are okay with that,
No conflict.
gentlemen?
No conflicts.
Okay,
I'm fine.
thank you. Do we have any public comment? Next on the agenda is ceremonial items, participation, and selection. I'm sorry, Robin, are you going to present these?
Just based on your request at the last meeting to discuss how you would want to bring items up to be considered as a ceremonial item, whether that's specifically to give a key to the city or any other recognition.
So what would be the process? Is that the question? That the conversation? Would it be just for the board to bring up a nomination, and how would that be brought to a workshop, or would that be submitted prior? Or?
Well, if I may, I was thinking of creating opportunities for residents to get involved so that they can make something good happen. Creating opportunities.
So let's start with the Exhibit A items policy, and let's kind of move down so we can hit every area on it. So a proclamation, we do proclamations now. Correct, Robin? We
Yes,
already
yes.
do that. A business award, we have not done a business award that I'm aware of since we've been here. So the way that it's written is that the city clerk would contact the mayor and/or members of the commission, and on a rotating basis, we would submit our nominations for a business, nonprofit, or religious institution. And Tampa Bay Beaches Chamber would help. They would receive the information regarding the nominee, and the city clerk would prepare the award and follow up with an invitation for them to come and be presented. So a business award, I would think that if we're taking just that, how often would we want to do that, recognize a business? Do we want to do it on a regular rotation? Do we want to do one a year? Do you want to do one a quarter? Do you would just, I think that if you just allow things to be whenever, they get lost.
Right.
So I think we have to decide, do you want once a year, once a quarter, once every 6 months? I think every month would be a little challenging and a little much, would be my opinion. But what are your thoughts, Commission, on quarterly?
Quarterly, I would
six-
say.
Every six, okay,
Yes.
quarterly?
Quarterly or every 6? I
Every
mean, we
6
would
months.
run out before too long because
I think,
we're a small island.
I agree. I love quarterly, Commissioner, but because we have so few businesses, I think twice a year would be impactful,
Okay,
would be more, and then we could celebrate that business for 6 months. What do you think?
Yes.
Right?
Yeah.
And then the way that would be is, as it says, the city clerk would send us for nominations and we'd nominate, and
how would you pick the nomination? What would they have to do to be nominated?
that's the discussion.
Yeah.
Clara, do you have a comment?
Perhaps we can do an application process and advertise it and put it on the website.
Maybe,
and have a
maybe have
deadline
the
to it?
community vote?
Ask the community to nominate and then
Right.
take the most, and then vote on them.
That would be, if you took, you could have the community nominate who they want, and then we could vote on who we want and then present it.
Okay.
Can tell you how Oldsmar
Yes,
does
please.
it? Give you an idea?
Please.
So in Oldsmar, what happens is each commissioner gets a slot. So and maybe the first one would be Commissioner Gavahi. He makes a recommendation that this particular business receive the Business of the Year award, or whatever you're going to call it. And then it comes before the commission and you would just acknowledge it. The next time up, it would be Commissioner McGee. He would be making the recommendation. And so each one of you would have the ability to put forth your own. So it's not, you're not having businesses compete for the award. You're actually just, selecting them on your own and then bring them to the commission. Each commissioner will have their own. So whether it's the business award or certificates of recognition or whatever it is, maybe just do them in order. Number of districts and then the mayor first, or the number of districts after that.
So it would be incumbent on us to, explore the businesses and identify one that we feel would qualify.
Yeah, the answer is yes. And in some situations in Oldsmar over the last 30 years, my memory is that sometimes the commissioners or council members really don't know a business that is,
Right.
should be brought their attention. And so they would go to the Tampa Bay Chamber of Commerce and say, who do you think should be recognized by the city based upon what they've done for the city or the community or wherever? And sometimes the Chamber of Commerce will give some recommendations and you choose from that. So there are other options. You don't have to visit every business in the city, obviously. That'd be a little cumbersome, but that's how they do it. If you have one, you run with it. If you don't, get some assistance on.
But regardless of how we do it, it would be like, if it's my turn, I need to find, either I'm going to research it through the
Yeah.
Chamber of Commerce, or I'm going to go to every business, but it'll be up to me.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And it may be like, you have a pizza place that stepped up during the hurricane, right after the hurricane, and you want to acknowledge their business because of what they did during the hurricane situation. Or, maybe they were at the seafood festival and they gave away free food to people at the seafood festival. I don't know. But, something like that. It doesn't necessarily have to be anything in particular. It's just that you're recognizing one of your businesses. Yeah. So that's how Oldsmar does it.
So in Oldsmar, then, the commission itself does not vote on that, on who gets that award. It's the individual commissioner that's on rotation that
Right.
gets to make that decision.
And so what normally happens is that commissioner, and in Oldsmar, they're council members, that council member would be given the agenda item and then normally step down off of the dais and gets down to the podium, brings up the business owner, And then they would read a little bit about that business. You know, how long they've been in the city, what have they done for the city, anything that stands out. And then they would hand the award to the person, take the photograph, and then usually the business person will say a few words. That's how they do it.
Good idea.
I think it's pretty
Good
efficient.
idea.
I'm not opposed to that. We'd have to think about the rotation because you'd want to make sure that every commissioner got the opportunity to award, because we're on 2 years, right? So you want to start that rotation so that everybody would get their opportunity, and you didn't.
But you've got 3 years.
Well, I would, right, but I mean, I'm not even thinking me, but just for,
Well,
we need to think about that.
So
With this.
it could
with this-
happen then.
Right, it
Yeah.
could, right, it
With
could.
this idea, it might be quarterly would be better. Or what did you say?
Biannually.
Well, I'm saying sooner so that, because it's not going to become tiresome because it's only on one commissioner. But as you said, if we wait every 6 months, some of us will rotate out before we have a chance to.
I'd have to look at a calendar and see how that
Well,
would work. I can't.
Every
in my-
commissioner would get a shot. It's just that the
This-
mayor would have to, you'd have to figure in.
There's so many other things I get to do. That's not, I mean, to me, for me personally,
and that
that's neither
makes-
here nor there. There's many other things that the
Well,
mayor gets to
I'm
do
just,
that,
selfishly,
yeah.
I'm thinking Commissioner Gavai goes first, then 6 months later, Commissioner McGeehan goes, and 6 months later, I lose the election.
Right, that's what I'm,
So I'm being selfish. I want to nominate it. So that's why I was saying more often.
So you could go in order of the districts, so District 1,
Well, you could go in.
District 2.
so how about if we did this?
I'm fine, you go first.
How about if we thought about this? This is July. If we did one sometime this year, and you would go.
Go with the
And
with the
then
first district.
with the first
second
of the
district.
year, we would do a second one. And then the mid-year, we would do, so then,
Because our terms are up next.
well,
And so
you're,
there's the
you're up for
potential that
election,
we.
so yeah, that would be my point. My point would be that then the two of you would have you would go first, 1, 2, 3, 4.
Yeah, that makes
And
sense.
then with that, and then we can keep it on a 6-month rotation, and that would, I think that would work.
So if we were to market this idea that we have come up with this plan to recognize businesses that are most active and giving and so forth and so on, then a lot of businesses would want to participate in that, would be a part of it, instead of just knocking on somebody's door and say, I'm going to nominate you, you've been good. I would say they probably want to become a part of it early on and accommodate something good.
So let's real quick open for public comment. Public comment?
This is why your meetings go so long. Why don't you just let the public decide? Then that way, none of you are put under the gun. Because if you nominate a business and, leave it in the public's hands and you guys decide among the 5 of you who you feel is going to be the best. And Oldsmar is huge. I mean, so they have lots of businesses and like, yeah, I mean, so who goes first? And if you don't get in term, then you were cheated. And who helps, so it just, let the public decide, and you guys vote on who you feel is most responsible for it. Keep it simple.
I also don't disagree with that, which is why I don't mind if I never get a turn.
We can do that application process for that.
Yeah.
Well, we could nominate, but let public make that final decision. Get public involved.
Oh, I thought he was suggesting that the public nominate,
Like
but
we
then
had,
we vote on their nominations.
correct. The public would nominate, and then
That was-
we would vote on who would get it.
I would just say you advertise that we're looking for businesses, and we can do this on an annual.
Yeah.
It can be an annual thing, and pick your time of year to do it. Thanksgiving, on our Thanksgiving meeting, we'd like to celebrate our businesses, and we're looking for nominations from the public, from the residents. And take those nominations, and you could list them in the agenda
Correct,
so that they're all recognized at least for being nominated.
right. And they fill out a form saying why they would like them to be nominated. Have all the criteria on it to choose from.
I don't know.
So when we did the, not to drag this out for forever, but it kind of is, when we did the mural over at Archibald, it got posted on Facebook, and we had, how many people voted on that?
Couple thousand, I
Yeah.
believe. Or a couple-
I mean, so if you say where, the cities, you do a big thing about the cities, looking to recognize business of the 6 months or business of the year, whatever, and let the community nominate, get to that, and then you.
Annual's fine.
Yeah, right. And then you get to that, then your annual, you get your business of the year. The community nominated the people, and
Good idea.
Yeah,
that makes it easy.
yes.
Makes it easy. So is that
Thank you,
okay?
Mr. Dillon.
Good idea.
Okay, so the next one is the business award, and I think that is, it's pretty clear that the city clerk would contact the mayor or members of the Board of Commission on a rotating basis to submit nominations for businesses, a business award.
So that's yearly,
It's-
Business Award
Yes.
of the Year.
So that's done. So the next is key to the city. And the key to the city, this is clear that if anybody sitting up here wants to nominate for key to the city, you give that information to the city clerk, and then it'll come to us, and we'll either vote yes or no. I feel very strongly that if you're going to nominate someone to get a key to the city, that someone should have done something very substantial for our city. They should have above and beyond but you can
But then,
nominate anybody.
then we get to the discussion, I think Attorney Trask brought up, pretty embarrassing if you would vote someone not to get it. So how do you prevent that?
Well, everything we do has to be done in the sunshine, so I don't know how I don't even know how you would, I don't know how you would handle that.
So
Attorney Trask, how
I
would you
think, I
handle
know
that?
the answer to this, but we couldn't discuss it on our own before.
No,
No.
because that's a sunshine violation.
In my experience over the last 35 years, I've only seen the key to the city given away a couple of times in all of the cities that I represent. It's not something that happens very often, and therefore there's usually no process for it. And from what I've seen in the past, the couple that I have seen, once there is a nomination by one of the commissioners, there's really no vote. It just really comes forward. You really don't want that vote to happen. But
Years ago, someone had turned 100, and I had asked the city to give her a key to the city, and they did. She was 100 years old. That was really nice.
Well, in that instance, you brought it, how did you do it? You brought it to the city manager?
I think it was a probably public hearing. Maybe, I stood up there, and it was my friend's mother. She ended up to be 104. Terry England, if you guys know him, he's pretty England family. She was here, and she was 104 before she passed on. So I think I just requested it, and commission said, sure.
I think that's so not controversial, though. I think that you could end up with some names that would be controversial that everyone wouldn't agree on, is my thought.
Of course.
Yeah. something like that, somebody turning 100. Yeah,
Proclamation or something.
yeah. I don't know.
Well, you've adopted this policy already. This is
Right,
what your
this is
policy
it.
currently reads.
Right,
So-
which is why I kind of didn't, this is what we adopted when we voted. This is the process, so this is how we're going to do it. It's the way we voted.
Doesn't have to
unless
be on a
somebody-
regular basis. We don't have to annually give out a key. We don't have to
Correct.
annually do certificates of as they're brought up, we bring it up in a workshop to discuss it, but just leave it at that. As far as businesses, if we can put that on the calendar, we can recognize a business for Business of the Year that was voted by the public.
Can the key be given to a state legislator?
So my opinion on a state legislator would be, what have they done for us specifically? Because not all of our state legislatures have done anything for us. There are some that have pushed bills that really work against us.
Yes.
So I would not be inclined to give anyone in that position a key because they've not done
If they
above and
have done a
beyond.
Good job. And
Right. My personal opinion is that if we were going to give a key to a state legislator, that should be someone who has gone above and beyond for the city of Madeira. Because number one, their job is to legislate for us. And if they're not legislating for us, then why would we want to reward them? That's the only thing I would want anyone who's thinking of that to keep in their mind, is that it is special,
Yes,
Yeah.
over and above.
right?
That part I agree with. A legislator is supposed to do nice things for us. And if they did some really nice things. That's their job.
Right. So if they go above and beyond.
I don't know what that would be, but I don't know what above and beyond would be. They're supposed to get grants for us. They're supposed to legislate so that we can be benefiting. I just feel like that's more controversial than a 100-year-old resident, I think, but it's just my opinion.
So I think the certificates of recognition, that's self-explanatory. Anyone sitting here can do that.
We do that now.
We do that now. The city coin, having the 3 coins given to each of us to present, I think that's just, self-explanatory. And then the congratulatory letters, we do those now. To me, many or several of these things that we have, it's just a matter of reminding all of us that we have the authority and the ability to say we want to do these things and to do them and go right through the city clerk to make it happen.
You need to please turn your microphone on.
I've written many proclamations for like 100-year birthdays, graduations. The clerk's office would contact, when somebody would give us a name, we would contact the family and get the information and put something together. I remember sometimes, and this is at another city, the mayor would like go to their ceremony and present it, or they would pick it up and present it themselves, or we can do it at the meeting.
So anything else, Commission? We're good?
Yep.
Okay. Then next on the agenda is the City Attorney Scott Holcomb request for special magistrate lien reduction, 572 Johns Pass Avenue. I will give this to the City Attorney.
Thank you, Mayor, Commissioners. Just some background. This property located at 572 Johns Pass Avenue was cited in May of 2023 for 2 violations. One was building an outdoor kitchen without getting a building permit, and the other was failing to have a fence around a pool in the backyard. The property did not come into compliance either through the courtesy notice of code violation or the code violation notice that actually went to the special magistrate. The special magistrate hearing was held on October 23rd, 2023. The code enforcement special magistrate found a violation of both code sections ordered that the property be brought into compliance within 30 days. That would have been November 22nd, 2023. If the property was not brought into compliance by that date, a $250 a day fine would begin to be assessed. The property did not come into compliance within the first 30 days. The matter did come back before the special magistrate on a non-compliance hearing. That's where the special magistrate determines whether they are in compliance or not. That hearing took place in May of 2024. The special magistrate entered another order finding the property owner failed to bring the property into compliance timely. There was a third hearing on this case where the property owner asked for the fines to be stayed for a period of time. The special magistrate found that that was not going to happen. He denied the order for the request for stay of the fines that were associated with the violation. The property remained in non-compliance for almost a year. As a direct result of that, there was a fine assessed, and I'm going to get to the dollar amount here. There were a total of $92,044.07 of associated fines. That included the daily fine of $250 a day for almost an entire year. It came into compliance on November 13, 2024. It also includes $41.75, which is the recording cost for the recording of the lien against the property. And it also includes about $2,700 in interest because the fine was not paid. After the property was brought into compliance, the property owner reached out to the city and asked if the city would be willing to waive the entire fine. After reviewing the matter with the city manager, it was determined that that was not something that city staff could support. City staff did support a reduction of the fine down to half of the dollar amount, which was $46,022.04. I advised Mr. Holcomb of that the city would support that. In other words, come here and ask for you to support that as well. He emailed me a couple of different times. He provided us with some additional information. One of them, email was on June 15th of this year, and it laid out some reasoning why Mr. Holcomb believes that the fine should be reduced. I've included his email of June 15th in the agenda packet so that you would have that, and I'm sure that you've had the opportunity to review it. But because of the lien having been recorded on the property, the special magistrate cannot reduce the fine. It has to be considered by the Board of Commissioners. That's why it's coming to you. So you'll remember that in the past, I've been asked to bring these matters to you first at a work session for discussion, and then ultimately come to the commission for a regular meeting for a vote on the issue. So that's kind of the background. Mr. Holcomb reached out to me a day or so ago, asked whether or not he should be here at the work session and at the regular meeting. I suggested that he be at both. I'm not sure if he's here. There's Mr. Holcomb in the back of the room. So you may have questions of him. You may not, but he is here if you do have questions of him. But the bottom line is that a request has been made for a fine reduction, and I brought it to you based upon that request.
Do we have any public comment? Does that mean him?
Yeah,
Yeah.
absolutely. If Mr. Holcomb wants to step forward.
Good evening. So I understand on its optics.
Sir, can you tell us who you are?
Oh, I'm sorry. My name is John Scott Holcomb at 572 Johns Pass Avenue.
Thank you.
So I understand on its optics that this looks like I just blatantly blew it off and didn't try to do anything with the outdoor kitchen. But from the get-go of the process, and to start off with, I've never had to do a permit before, so this is all entirely new to me. We had put down pavers picked up pavers and replaced them prior to this, and we got tagged because we didn't have a permit. I live in Hillsborough County, and my wife and I bought this house in 2020, and it was a financial stretch for us to do so, but we could do it at that time. So we had pavers sitting in our front yard for probably 3 months until we got that permitted to be able to do that. So I knew going into this that this was going to be something that should be permitted, likely. So I didn't want to take any chances, and I had sent my contractor, Anton Bosick, to the building department to find out, is this something that needs to be permitted? And he went to the building department and he talked to 2 different people at the counter. He gave them the schematics. They went behind the wall. They came back out and they said, if it's not a permanent structure, and there was already plumbing there was already electricity there was already water there because there was an existing jacuzzi that we took out and put this pretty much in its place. That is what I based my decision on to move forward with a $60,000 outdoor kitchen. I also have here with me, and I don't know if this is proper procedure or not. Again, I've never done this before. I have an affidavit signed by Mr. Bosick stating all of that. He then went back to the counter and asked if he could get copies of the videotape showing that he had that conversation, and he was told that that was not available. So can I present this, or?
You can send it to, give it to the city clerk, all the way to the far right.
Throughout the process, there was what I would call mitigating circumstances where, again, I feel like the city thinks that I just thumbed my nose to the city and said, I'm not going to take care of this. But my understanding from talking to the contractor was that there were ongoing conversations with the city in order to get this resolved without me having to tear out a $60,000 outdoor kitchen. Part of what happened at the very beginning on sometime in October of 23, what Mr. Trask was just referring to as far as a hearing goes, we were told by the special magistrate that we would have to get a fencing issue permitted and the permit for the outdoor kitchen done within 30 days of him signing the order. We said, okay, and when and I wasn't here for that, but the contractor was here, and when he left the meeting, Mrs. Forbes left the meeting and found him in the parking lot and said, I just want to make sure you understand this. You can't permit that kitchen. You can permit the fence, but you can't permit the kitchen. I don't know why. I don't know if that's the case. I don't know if that's true or not. I mean, I believe that's the conversation that happened. I don't know if that not being able to permit a kitchen was factual, but that was the impression that I was under. So for a period of time, I was thinking that this was all being worked out between the city and the contractor, and then there was a subsequent hearing in May where my understanding and the contractor's understanding was that that was going to be a time that we could talk through this and figure out what could we do. Could we put the kitchen on casters? Could we shrink the kitchen and so forth? But during that hearing, we were told you have a $250 fine. The other thing I wanted to bring up about that hearing is that during that hearing, it was brought up that the fine, when it was asked what the fine should be, I can't remember, it was somebody over here, it might have been Ms. Forbes or Ms. Mills, said that their recommendation was $250 a day because of the fence issue, because it was a health and safety or life and safety issue, and it should be $250. Well, the permit for the fence was put in within 2 weeks of that meeting. So there was no fine, to my understanding. There was no fine on the fence. But again, our understanding from the initial meeting was that there could not be a permit put in on the kitchen. So fast forward to about May, I found out that there was I don't know what you would call it, a process to try to get a ordinance passed or added to allow for outdoor kitchens. So I was working with the city at that time to try to figure out what we would need to do in order to get that done. And it was at that time that I had sent an email to Special Magistrate Valdez based on what Mr. Gomez had recommended that I do in a meeting with the city staff. And I did, and he forwarded it, and there was a hearing over that. But what I was asking for was, while I was trying to work this out, to not, again, rip out a $60,000 kitchen, could I delay the penalties that I was getting on a daily basis? And I was denied that. I was not at that meeting, again, optics. When I found out about the meeting, when I came back to Madeira Beach, which I can go a month without coming back from Tampa, because my job is over there and so forth. When I got back here, I had a notice in the mail saying that there was a hearing that had already happened, which I guess was for my request. Well, during the hearing, when I watched it on YouTube, Attorney Trask held up a certified letter and said, I just want to add this to the record. This was signed by Mr. Holcomb. I never signed that. My wife never signed that. We were not at the house. I have an affidavit from me and an affidavit from her stating that. I immediately went to see Mr. Gomez, and I let him know that I did not sign that, and I took a picture of the certified copy that you had with my signature allegedly, which again is not mine. And he said he was going to take it up with the post office because maybe they're the ones that signed it. So there are things that have happened throughout this process where, again, on its face, based on what Mr. Trask just said, it looks like you'll never give me a key to the city. But there are other things that have happened throughout that process. It has always been my intent, and I have emails between me and the city, me and the contractor, saying, I need to get this in compliance. What do we need to do? The question was, what can I do where I don't have to rip the entire kitchen out? So that's, may I hand this to the city clerk? Yes. So my letter of, I don't know, about a month or so ago to Mr. Trask, I was asking if we could waive the fine. And part of that was based on a conversation that I had with Mr. Gomez the day that I brought him the issue of me not signing that certified letter. And I told him at that time, I said, you know what, I'm just gonna rip the kitchen out. I'm not even gonna worry about trying to figure out what I can do to save a $60,000 kitchen. I'm just gonna rip it out. I'm done with it. And he said, I think that's the best idea. And if you do that, my recommendation to the city is going to be to waive the fine. So when I got the notice saying that the city was recommending to only cut the fine in half, that's where I was disappointed and emailed Mr. Trask. Now, my house was significantly damaged, not only in Helene, but also in Milton. I got the significant damage letter. On Monday of this week, it's being demolished. Yes, I got a permit for that. I also got a permit to demolish the kitchen when I took a sledgehammer to it in November. But having this lien over me, I know is going to affect building loans. If I try to get a building loan, I've got to build at the code. And so it's a financial hardship. So that's what I was asking, is if this could be looked at and possibly removed. Thank you.
Do we have any additional public comment? Please. Thank you.
Thank you.
Chuck Dillon, 529 Lillian. This is, I feel badly for the man, but this is something that's been discussed, and this is an issue that's been going on for years. And we had talked about yesterday at the meeting that the representatives don't have any teeth in anything. And this is teeth. This is something that, if you don't, buyer beware. Also, I don't understand how, if he lives in Tampa, he's got a homestead on this property. So there's a lot of things in here that I've done my research that, I don't understand. Also, there's a neighbor that has been very upset with him since all the fence issue. And she had come to me because she knew I was on the planning committee, and this has been an ongoing thing. And so I feel terrible for everybody that's gone through all of this, but the entire city has gone through this. So Just my words for thought. Thank you.
Thank you. Any additional? Sorry. No. Do we have any additional comment?
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and council member, city manager. So,
If you could state your name, sir.
I'm Deputy Sam with the Pinellas County Sheriff's Office. Now I'm assigned to the Community Policing Division for the city of Madeira Beach. So I was made aware of a maintenance vegetation in a yard that was unkept at 572 Johns Avenue by Public Works yesterday. So I swung by the house, definitely saw the grass, or the yard not being kept. It appeared like the house was abandoned. Okay, I did tag the house for a warning, and I attempted to call the homeowner, which I was able to pull it out through the property appraisal website. And homeowner is John Holcomb, right? So I attempted to call his phone number, no answer yesterday. I called him again twice today, no answer today. So put a warning on his front door, and a report was generated. So, meaning like his yard's not even kept.
Okay.
I mean, I don't think it's fair for the.
We have Deputy Snyder, Pinellas County Sheriff's Office. We have a photograph of the condition of the yard, if you're interested, if it's relevant to this hearing. That's the condition of the property as it was yesterday afternoon at
About 3 o'clock.
Okay.
That's all we have.
Thank you very much. Any additional comments? Commission? Comments, questions? Did everyone review?
Did I understand correctly that I thought that I had seen that the homestead exemption is filed for the Madeira Beach house,
That is correct.
but the permanent address is in Tampa? Is
That
that
is
where
correct.
mail goes?
That is what was stated.
That's what was stated. Well, it seems like it's been to the magistrate 3 times.
Yes.
I mean, I don't know that I'd be inclined to reduce it at all, but if the city recommends 50%, I guess I would go with that, but I mean, I live here too. I get permits for everything I do, and it's hard and it's complicated, but we do it. So it's very sad. I'm very sorry, but as Mr. Dillon suggested, where's our teeth for these kind of things? That's just my opinion. I'm only one vote.
We have a neighbor 4 doors down from Mr. Holcomb that also had a kitchen in their backyard, and a pavilion, beautiful. Granite countertops. They were told that it was in violation. I'm sure they spent similar money, if not probably more. And they took it down before it ever went to the special magistrate or fines started to be enforced. I don't understand how from 2023 that it would come to the commission. Anyway, if it's not permitted, I mean, it shouldn't be going 2 years. I'm sorry for your loss, but I don't have the compassion. I'm sorry.
Commissioners?
Well, I have a bit of a compassion. He is a resident of, are you a permanent resident? Are you a resident of, in Madeira Beach, or you live most of your time in Tampa?
It's already been stated, just to clarify what Commissioner Taglerini said, he homesteads here, but he stated when he stood up and spoke that his permanent residence is in Tampa.
I heard that. I heard that. So I would say, you know, let's just give him a certain level of punishment, but not kill him. I mean, I would say to you know, charge him some, but not 50%.
Commissioner?
Well, I also feel sorry for your loss also as well. I think we all during September the 26th, after Helene and Milton, we all definitely suffered a lot of loss, you know, depending on, you know, what area we were at. I would encourage you to rebuild, you know, and you've already said that you've torn down the kitchen, outdoor kitchen, correct? Yes, okay. I think 46,000 is excessive when he really wants to rebuild. There's so many residents that want to rebuild, and they're facing financial hardships. I understand the fine, but I also think that as a city, we could be more compassionate and still fine him, but not in that excess. So thank you.
So my first question is, when I read what the property owner sent to Attorney Trask, the statement is, in an in-person meeting with myself, Mr. Bosiak, Mr. Gomez, and other city officials, he goes on to say that, Robin, you told him you would recommend that we waive the fee entirely. Did you do that?
No, the comment is if, once he brings it into compliance, the lien, the amount stops. You can request at that point for a lien reduction. I don't
No, no, no.
recall if I stated
Right.
that we could, that we
Reduce
had,
it.
in the past, the commission has reviewed them. And that's what I recall, the extent of the conversation.
I don't believe that this commission has ever voted to 100% remove a lien. I don't believe that. We have voted to do reduced liens, and I only think we've done one, maybe two. We've only done one that I recall, that we reduced a lien. Here's my problem. I think it's unfortunate if he had a conversation with the city manager and he took away something different than what the city manager said. Although I was told by a past building official, and it was one of the things that he said to me that I could not have agreed with more. And I see it when I see city staff now talk to residents. When you speak, people hear what they want to hear. They do not hear what you say often. So it's always important to follow up any conversation that is meaningful with an email. I think that's just a good piece of advice for anybody. But my concern would be that, number one, the property isn't being maintained. And we have so many properties in the city right now. It's on our agenda tonight to discuss how we're going to deal with that, what we can do to move forward, because people just aren't cutting their grass. And I feel compassion for every single person in this city that flooded. But we still have to cut our grass and we still have to maintain our property, no matter what we're going through, no matter what the issues are. And honestly, if the property was being maintained, my opinion tonight might be different. But cutting the grass, especially when you own two homes, you would have had to pay to cut the grass no matter. The grass isn't being cut. So that's a concern for me. The second is waiving fines is setting a precedence for the community. So if we were to completely waive a fine tonight, then the next person that decides that they're just going to snub their nose to what the city is saying or doing, and it's unfortunate for Mr. Holcomb that he's here tonight asking us to completely waive fees, and to do that, we would have to waive the fees for every other homeowner that came before us. So whatever decision the commission makes tonight, I think you're making a decision for every code compliance that comes before us in the future. And based off of what I see and the information that Robin has shared with me, we're going to have quite a few. That's my opinion.
We have to have compassion for our neighbors
I
as
have
well.
compassion.
No.
Yeah.
The other neighbors.
Right.
That are living next door to unkept homes. And I want to keep it on the subject at hand, but where permits are not pooled, which impact, in this instance, water flowing into neighbors' houses or properties during storms. I know that has nothing to do with the kitchen, but it does have everything to do with this property. There's no sense of urgency. It's been 2 years. I know that if I was being fined $250 a day, I sure wouldn't let it run out for 2 years without addressing the issue, addressing the problem. I'd be here every day to try to figure it out. And if it means taking out the kitchen, I'd have to take out the kitchen. It doesn't mean necessarily a sledgehammer to it. Take it down and store it. Sell it. Do something with it.
I mean, it is shocking to me that any contractor would say you don't need a permit for that. I mean, we have the drawings. There's no way. I mean, anybody that's a contractor should know that when you're doing something on that level, you need a permit. I mean, especially in a coastal community on the water. So,
Okay, you don't need to be making a decision tonight. You'll make that at
Just
the,
at the next.
next regular meeting? Okay. And so that's going to come back before the commission in the next regular meeting. And that's currently scheduled, Mr. Holcomb, for August 13th here at 6 p.m. Okay, thank you.
thank you. Next on the agenda is City Manager, the Johns Pass Park bathroom mural.
Mayor and Commissioners, we have a, sorry, just pulling, make sure I had the right image. As all of you are aware, and it was mentioned briefly earlier about a mural at Archibald Park bathroom, the restroom building, which was just completed in August. We have a similar request here for a mural at the Johns Pass Park bathroom building, as well as a request for a mural, sorry, let me pull it, at the marina that would, similarly a marina on the wall as you're, on the outside of the marina as you're turning in. As you're driving into the marina, it's on the right side or the wall in front of you. That's the correct wall. So these two, and then we don't have any renditions, but there is a third one that we were contemplating to go out here at Rock Park in the clay pen, the three-sided clay pen that keeps normally clay for the fields. We would put something on the three sides of that structure. So those are the three, and here's some of the renditions, just to bring it to your attention, and that this is what we were contemplating to hiring an artist to do the three murals. We have two of the three renditions here. So open up for your discussion.
Do we have any public comment? Commission comments?
Looks pretty.
Eddie?
Is this the same artist that did the Archibald Beach?
Yes.
Yeah. Will we have a vote, or are we
Well,
going to decide that ourselves?
We didn't, this is what was provided. We can have a vote. I think we could probably request for
I'm not
other
sug-
renditions.
I'm not saying we do or don't. I just wondered if we'd have
Yeah.
plans for that, or
We hadn't
gotten that far?
gotten that far
Yeah.
yet. We
And I
wanted to just, if you were inclined to proceed, for staff to proceed with this.
Good
Ms. Weber.
evening. I just wanted to mention the reason for going with the Dolphin down at Johns Pass Park is because that was the close second for the
Oh.
Archibald.
Yeah.
So our thought was, since we did the turtle over at Archibald, down south at Johns Pass Park, we would go with the Dolphin. And it would be a bit different than what they had voted on. But absolutely, if we wanted to go to a vote, we could absolutely do that.
Okay, I wasn't advocating for or against a vote. I mean, I think I love the Dolphin. And I just want to also say, I've traveled around the world, and cities that are vibrant, have art, they have murals. And I think this shows a cultural, this is a cultural enrichment that by any means is not that expensive and has a very strong positive impact. So I'm very much in favor, and I like the grouper on the other one too.
So, yeah, the marina was more of fish. Marina fish-oriented grouper, or I think Krabby can tell us exactly
I didn't
what.
know Krabby was
Aren't
in the
those-
room when I identified that fish. I'm
Those are
sorry.
mangroves,
here.
aren't they?
So the outlook is with all those trees there against that wall, it's just a solid block wall right now. Thought it'd be cool to like have the roots coming down to make it look like mangroves.
Yeah.
And then those are like fish those are red fish. Going from the right, you got a crab over in the corner. Just got to put a crab in there. And then you got sea trout, and then redfish, then mangrove snapper, and then snook, which are all native fish to this area, very popular fish we fish for, especially inshore. So it really fits the theme. So anybody fishing would be like, okay, yeah, that's a real fish here. That's not something that we just threw in there. So
Love it.
it's very to our area.
I'm sorry, I didn't mention, and it's listed in the documents, each one is estimated, the project cost for each one is $5,000. We don't have yet for the recreation one, but it is a smaller mural, so likely it would be less than $5,000.
I think they look great. I would support the project, but I want to recognize the city manager and thank him for bringing this to our attention, because it's well under what you could just have approved
Sure, you're welcome.
on your own right, so.
No, but I've dealt with art in other cities.
But it's just a good practice, even though it's in your purview to approve something that's in that monetary amount. So thank you. I endorse it.
So I think Commissioner Gouvet brought up painting, doing murals some months back. So I think it's fantastic, and I agree with you, Commissioner Kerr, or Vice Mayor Kerr. I appreciate that you brought it to show us, because you could have just approved it. It is a change, a landscape change to the community, so I think it is a good thing to put before the commission, but I think it looks great. I think that the community will absolutely love it. People will be taking their pictures in front of it, so I support it.
And we have, and I apologize, I didn't bring it, I think I left it somewhere else. There are already considerable murals, and I think we've mentioned that before as you go. I tend to forget, but
Yeah.
because I see it every day, the Cambria has a
one.
pretty sizable one from the third level on up. The Smoke Shop on Gulf Boulevard, Caddy's on Gulf Boulevard. The library has not quite, a few people have told me it's a very nice painting, but not exactly a mural. But as you're entering the library, there's some greenery that an artist painted, and our own fire shed looks like a fire truck. So there are already considerable throughout the city.
So I have a question about that. You can't paint your name, if you paint your name on the wall, then it's a sign, isn't it? So you can't do
Yes.
that. So we have some businesses that have painted their names on the wall. Is that,
It's currently non-conforming.
I mean,
Well-
could you permit it as a sign if it met the allowable square footage for sign for the business in our city?
Yes, but yes, you could do that.
You could.
But typically, that's a secondary sign.
Ah.
For most businesses, they want to have as much signage, or some businesses still
But they
want.
could paint a pretty picture,
They
as
could
long as
paint-
they
yes,
didn't put their
correct.
name, they'd be fine.
That is correct.
So we can put a sign up that says Madeira Beach, love Madeira Beach, welcome to Madeira Beach.
Not exactly where the
Nope.
mural is, but somewhere else, yeah.
Because people take pictures and they send it away, and they need to see that it was in Madeira Beach.
At Archibald, we did put the city seal on the rail.
Yeah.
As you're walking up the ramp, the city seal. So if you take a photo of that one, depending where you stand or your perspective and the clarity, I would say, of what you're using, whether your phone or a camera, or certainly with your camera, Commissioner, you'd be able to see the seal very clearly. You're a much better photographer than I am, so I'm sure it would.
I just have a good camera.
I think they look great. I think it's going to be a great piece of work for our city, and our residents really are enthusiastic and love the murals. My only question is, are we going to have any sort of like on-site cameras or security as far as that
already
goes?
do.
So we currently have cameras at at all three locations. We need to review the actual positioning because I believe at Johns Pass Park, we don't have a camera that directly looks at where the main part of the mural, the front of the building. Their cameras are positioned, but we're looking at positioning them so we do get an actual view of it.
Fantastic. Thank you.
Right now we do at Archibald Park,
Right.
we do have cameras looking directly at or that can pan and view directly at the mural.
Fantastic.
Anything else? Next on the agenda is the fiscal year 2026 Gulf Beaches Public Library budget.
So Mayor and Commission, we received the Gulf Beaches Public Library's budget for next year. For fiscal '26, it's actually a little bit less than the current year. They base their budget on how much they receive from the Pinellas Public Library Cooperative. And I think as all of you are aware, there are 5 member cities of the library: Treasure Island, us, and the 3 Reddingtons, Reddington Beach, North Reddington Beach, Reddington Shores. And based on our population as a percentage of the whole of the 5 towns, that is the percentage that is allocated from the remaining part of the library's budget that is not covered by the library co-op, as well as a couple of smaller revenue sources that they have from their notary fees, copy fees, et cetera, and some parking fees that they're looking to generate. So they proposed to us a budget for our portion to be $99,078 for fiscal year 2026. We have been paying, as I said, for the current year, it was a little bit less. So that is what you will need to approve at here's the fiscal impact for the last few years for our wonderful public library. Just wanted to comment, obviously, the variety of services. There's electronic books, there's books and other materials available. They do host events for kids, for adults. There are a program that my kids were excited about, and my kids are older, they're not little kids anymore, is a museum pass. So those that do have you can get a library card. It's free if you live in one of the 5 member towns and cities, and you can go and check out a museum pass to go to a variety of different museums, such as the Lipa Ratner Museum, the Museum of Fine Arts, the Imagine Museum, and a few more. So it's kind of a really neat service that saves you a little bit in the entrance to those museums. And we would bring this back for your approval at the August 13th commission meeting.
Do we have any public comment? Commissioners, comments, questions? None? Comments, questions?
I support this budget.
Yes.
Appears to me there's no increase.
A decrease,
A little bit of a
slight
decrease.
decrease.
There you go.
I'm totally fine with it. I
What's
actually
my
got to
point?
go to to one of the library meetings. I think it was the last one because Happy couldn't attend. I was third on the list. Actually, I wasn't third. I was the only one who volunteered.
Oh, good for you, good for you.
There were 3 others who could have.
I enjoyed their meetings. They're right.
It was very, it was very informative, and I got the budget that night, so it was kind of neat. So it was a fun meeting for me to be able to attend. Next on the agenda is the fiscal year 2026 Pinellas County Sheriff's Office Law Enforcement Agreement. City Manager?
Thank you, Mayor. So this is our annual agreement before you. If you have any questions or comments for the provision for our policing here in Madeira Beach, we contract with the Pinellas County Sheriff's Office. As a matter of, the city has been contracting with the Sheriff's Office for at least a couple of decades, I believe. So the proposal, not significantly different from prior years, other than a little bit of an increase. Services remain the same. They do provide patrol deputies and a supervisor 24 hours a day, every day of the year. They also provide the 2 deputies for our community policing and code enforcement. You heard from each one of them earlier, an earlier item. The school crossing guards is where the sheriff's office recommended a reduction from 3 to 2 based on the just less pedestrian activity and using the correct side of the pedestrian crossings for the Madeira Beach Fundamental School crossing areas. Everything else pretty much remains the same. They do provide all the services that we would possibly need, some that we hope to never have to use, like SWAT or the K-9, although it's nice for the K-9 to visit, but if they have to utilize the K-9, that is available. They also have the mobile command. All of the resources that they have are available for us to use should they be needed, whether for crime investigating or for events. We do have their mobile command bus or unit for the seafood festival. So all of that continues as it has in prior years. The increase, approximately 6.78% over the prior year. It's a little bit of a lower increase than the previous year, primarily due to labor costs and some equipment costs. In addition, for next year, we will be holding, they did ask us, and I tentatively agreed, I have not brought it to the commission, but to host in October, I believe the date will be October the 7th, to host a National Night Out event. If you're familiar, that's where law enforcement agencies around the country host essentially kind of an open house, a public event outside to encourage neighbors and residents to learn about their policing, their law enforcement, speak with deputies, with officers, see the equipment that is used, and just have a chance to interact with their law enforcement in their city or town or county. So we're hoping to hold that. We're determining exactly where, but it will likely be here at Rock Park. We're still not 100% on whether it will be here or not. This is kind of the logical place to host it, but that would be on Tuesday, October the 7th. More details, more information, hopefully within the next couple of weeks. Also, we should be getting an updated schedule of the deputies that are assigned to us. They do go through their change of the schedules twice a year, usually right around in the new year and then in mid-July. So we do have a few new deputies. We have 1 deputy who is on paternity leave, and then we have 2 other deputies, newer deputies for, I believe, the day shift. And then we will be bringing to you, hopefully at the meeting on the 13th of August, if not at the 27th of August, there is a new captain will be overseeing our agreement as well as the agreements with other cities, their contracted cities, and that is Captain Camacho. Captain Melvin Jackson, who did come and introduce himself, took another position within the department. So now Captain Camacho will be coming will be overseeing our contract, and we will bring him here to one of the meetings to introduce himself.
Do we have any public comment? Commission, questions, comments?
None?
I mean, we couldn't get a better deal, I think. I think they do a great job. I just had one question. I was very happy to find out that we're increasing our monitoring of dogs on the beach. My question is, is there an increase in personnel for that, or is that the guys that are on duty now? It's part of their regular.
It's essentially a directed patrol and an area to focus more available time, more proactive time in.
Okay, so there's no
additional
deputies on duty.
patrols, no.
That's just a redirection. Got it. I think it's great, by the way. I just want to say thank you.
I personally think it's a great investment. I believe our sheriff's department is doing an excellent job. As the city manager said earlier, we have 4,000 people that live here full-time, but we have 3 million that come in as tourists. So you're doing an excellent job. Keep up the good work, and I think it's a great investment.
I'm also on board, just like Commissioner McGeehan. Sheriff's Office provides an amazing service to this town. We're very thankful. I'm supporting it.
I agree. I think our sheriff's department does a great job, and we have some very lovely PCO officers. It's COP or CPO. I said it wrong, CPO, whatever. They do a good job. They're personable and everybody knows them and people like them, and they know that if they get out of line, they're going to get in trouble. That's for the locals. So that's great. They do their job.
And Mayor and Commission, so, a couple just other quick things. Out of all the cities that I've worked in, this is the fourth one, I've received per capita a significantly the largest number of just positive comments about the deputies that do patrol. The response, yes, every now and then you'll get one where they disagree or on a few things, but we do get quite a bit of positive comments, and I think that speaks very highly. And the actual, as I think most of you are aware, they asked for our permission, not that we were going to say no, but after the storm, they performed an operation out of our facility related to post-storm activities, including, and the sheriff and his staff were here, held a press conference, and numerous residents who happen to be by, or even residents of nearby towns, came and thanked them for all the great work that is done, even more than just that activity or the post-storm response. So it has been a great relationship, and definitely an honor to work with all the deputies.
Next on the agenda is John's Pass dredging update.
So Mayor and Commission, no significant changes from the prior month, other than still working with the Florida Department of Environmental Protection to finalize the information that they've requested. Our contractor's having a meeting scheduled actually this week, next week, to finalize, on August 7th was the date that was provided to me, to try to finalize and receive the permit from the Florida Department of Environmental Protection. Once that is, then shortly thereafter, the bid will go out. The U.S. Army Corps has stated they have everything they need ready to issue the permit. The contractor, Aptim, has all the specifications, the contract plans, and ready to be, they listed under draft and under their internal review, but they explained that that's ready to go forward once the second permit is received. And as I've stated also the last couple of meetings, we did receive the extension for the funding through December 31st of 2026. It is estimated once we receive back, or the country receive back the bids, the actual work, all things depending on weather, depending on conditions, could be as little as 3 to 4 weeks.
Great.
Any public comment? So Robin, one of the things that I wish we could get more of is updates on this, even if it's just there's nothing to update, because this is one of the top 5 questions I get asked on a regular basis. And given that because one of my questions was going to be to you, why are they still under internal review? So if that's not where they're at, then this just hasn't been updated. And on August the 7th, when they have the meeting with DEP, would you update us?
I'll update the commission, yeah.
So that we're not waiting?
Yep.
Commission, you have any comments or questions?
Just a question regarding to the bidding, and so do you know, Robin, if the bid will be within the funds the grant funds?
Well, that will be that's the goal. Yeah, that's the goal, but of course it'll be based on, the specifications are based on the funding amount that was originally approved several years ago, but we'll see what the replies are to the bid issuance.
Okay.
Any additional comments? Next on the agenda is Florida Department of Environmental Protection Resiliency Grant Program.
So this Resilient Florida program was funded again. It's up to over 300 million for two primary types of grants available, planning and construction, for anything that could, make our coastal communities such as us improve our resiliency, look to mitigate flooding. So we are just bringing this before all of you to state we will be submitting some grants. We are in discussion with we bounced this off of Kimley Horn, that's working on our master plan, as well as Advanced Engineering and Design, who is working on our Madeira Beach. I can never remember the plan. The watershed management plan, but also not resiliency, Madeira, the terrain modification program for the city. So just wanted to bring this to your attention. We will also look to have a vulnerability assessment depending on where, but projects that we could use this are for some of our upcoming road projects, as well as if we had to relocate some critical infrastructure. We're looking to build a public works building that could have components for our building code operations and our building fund, as well as potentially a fire training facility. So that's something that we could also apply for and look to obtain a grant.
Do we have any public comment? Commissioners, comments, questions?
In addition, some potential undergrounding
Undergrounding.
grants.
Yes.
Great, absolutely.
Great.
Throw as much against the wall as possible, see what happens.
Yes.
I think that next year, I should have said this because I felt it in the budget meeting, but this year I've spent some time with other municipalities, elected officials, and talking about different things when I'm at different events. And one of the things that several of our neighboring communities did was strategic planning. And we've never done that, not with the commission. And by strategic planning, they went off-site with the commission and with the department heads, and they did strategic planning. They talked about what they wanted to do in the city. And I listened to a lot of these conversations where we talk about what we might want to do or finding out what to do, maybe do. If we did some planning, there'd be a outline for what the commission wants. And I really think that we've missed our opportunity by not doing that. I know that in one of the cities, Robin and I actually went over to the St. Pete College, the labs.
Yeah, the collaborative labs.
Collaborative labs, and they went over one day, and it was and it was open to the public because the public is welcome, but the commission and the department heads all did strategic planning together. It was all set out, and then the commission left, and the department heads stayed there. And what I thought after I heard that, what a great opportunity to get all of our department heads talking collaboratively about what needs to happen in the city, instead of working in their silo and only getting little meetings here and there. So I really think that that would be a great thing for us to do in the city. Yes, strategic planning.
Isn't that the idea of the master plan, and that would be the beginning? Because that's really coming back with input from the public, from the residents.
Well, I think
and then using that to kick off a strategic plan, how we get there.
I think in strategic planning, you're talking more about the grants that you need and what are the things that you need to get done, like Public Works. What does Public Works need? Do they need outflow valves? Do they need lift station? What do they need? Marina, what do they need?
But
No,
I
yeah.
get your point. But
I think strategic planning goes deeper than the master plan.
Yeah, there's definitely some overlap, but
Yeah, but it's our budget.
It does, but we don't want to be voting on valves if we're going to be looking to raise. How are we going to handle the flooding? I know that, we have an engineering study on resiliency.
I think they're separate, though, because you use the strategic planning for your budget. You're
I get it,
budgeting based off,
But we need to know where we're going before we can
I understand that, but this year, everything you're voting on the budget, you didn't have any input on any of it. That was all decided by the city staff and the city manager, and it was placed in front of you to vote on. And I'm not knocking,
But
because-
typically, the biggest budget items are capital improvements, that sort of thing, and that's more what I'm thinking of. You know, where.
But it also includes operations.
Yes.
And so, yeah, I mean, the mayor's
No, it's a-
correct.
to the opportunity to
Yeah,
talk
it's a-
about, like, I wanted to have a information officer, or there's other names for it, someone to take over our communication, a communication manager, so that they could do all of our information, our communications, one central person in that, right? That would have come out of strategic planning. I've talked to Robin about a couple other things that I think the city could, from where I sit and what I've seen post-storm and things that the city could benefit in. What I think in strategic planning, we would all sit around and talk about those things. And my idea might not be the right idea, but it might spark you or Commissioner Taglerini or someone else for what would be better. Department heads could then talk about where their pains are and how things could restructure strategically. It's not all about, it's about globally everything, and having that open dialogue where we sit here and we talk about specific things gives you the opportunity to have more of a roundtable discussion of the needs of the city and get the input from the people who are working here day to day. So it goes deeper than just the,
I'm always
Yeah.
open for more conversation.
so I just think it would be great if we did it. Next on the agenda is Information Technology Integris Agreement for VCISO.
So Mayor and Commission, we discussed this before. The agreement with Integris, who is our IT provider, due to the change in the Florida statute that's listed in the item requiring for additional cybersecurity compliance, we went with our existing IT provider to create this virtual Chief Information Security Officer, as I'd mentioned before. A little bit different than just what was agreed to in the agreement. This is a much higher level and look to guide and create a set of policies for eventually that city staff would be able to use to properly manage our IT, all of our architecture and everything that is done with our servers and laptops and just overall security. We're looking just to finalize this over the next couple of months, and this will be concluded. As the mayor brought to my attention, and I subsequently received some emails, there is a grant, and likely we should have applied for a grant for these costs, and we will going forward for any other additional costs that we would incur in the future.
Do we have any public comment? Commissioners, comments? Comments?
So this is going back out to bid, right?
We're still in I think we're either in year 2 or 3 of a 5-year agreement for our IT provider. But if your direction is, I mean, I'm comfortable continuing to use Integris, but if the direction would be for us to issue a bid, we can certainly proceed to do that. That would cover all of our IT and any subsequent changes into the future.
But this is the one that they added
Correct.
$60,000 annually. I think it needs to go back out to bid.
So I did a lot of research on comparing their contract and what they're doing for us and the $60,000. And there is a lot of overlap, and none of it is required. The $60,000, none of that is mandated by the state. And the cybersecurity as a whole is not a mandate by the state, it is a recommendation. And the part that was most concerning to me when I started digging and asking other communities is Network People, who is now Integris. There was a $200,000 grant 2 years ago that the state did, or the federal government, I don't know if it's state or federal government, one or the other, and it doesn't matter, that they had. We did not apply for it last year or the year before, and Integris knew about it. They knew that grant was out there. And I don't know how we as a city missed it. I mean, and at this point, it's neither here nor there, but that grant's available again this year. I think they're going to give priority to people who already have it, but it gives me distrust in a company that knows there's financial money available. Doesn't guarantee we would have gotten it, but that they didn't even tell us or say, hey, by the way, this is available out there. And that if you look at the new $60,000 additional that we're paying, the original contract has the majority of that in it. There is a small amount of added value in what I found, but not $60,000. And that's my opinion.
Are you suggesting we go put it out for bid then?
I mean, we're already committed to the 60 grand. Robin already signed that contract, so that is what it is. And we have I don't know how much we're, that we have to stay into the contract that we have, but
No, and it was for just 1 year.
no, but I mean, but the 200,000 a year that we're paying.
Right.
And
I think
what,
we
and
can,
so,
yeah.
here's my question, what do we get? So I sent you an email on this, and I don't think you really understood what I was asking. I don't think I was clear in my question. We pay them $200,000 a year. What do we get for that? Do we get weekly reports, monthly reports on the health of our cyber network? What do they do to earn $200,000 a year?
That's all of our IT, everything that we do, managing all the staff, the help desk, providing the equipment that we use, and it provides everything for our information technology, all of our connections.
But what does that mean? I don't know. When you say that, information technology and our connections, what is that?
Everything that we do, pretty much all of our digital and our networks, all of how we conduct our business, which is nearly 100% electronic. That's what we pay them to manage: the network, the architecture, the equipment. That's what we pay for. We could hire individuals to maintain the servers, to all the software that we use that is available on all city equipment. We have to pay somebody to have that. We issued a bid 3 years ago, and they were the most responsive. And we made the recommendation to stay with them. But I know I've had discussions with
Yeah.
Commissioner Kerr regarding our IT and who could do that. So we can certainly issue another bid if that's the direction to do, or look to hire our own. It's be difficult because we are such a small city, but we could hire our own internally. Might be a little bit more expensive because IT personnel are expensive for base salaries, but so they manage everything that we do. They do bring a person weekly into the city physically to answer any questions with any connections, with computer may not be working, or the internet's down, or software isn't running as it should. So they maintain all that we do regarding our business operations that are electronic.
So they could not get my computer, this computer, where I could print at home on my home computer. So I have to, if I want to print something, I have to come to City Hall and use the city's computer, because they put me through 3 different technicians and none of them could figure out. And one of the gentlemen that I spoke with told me that it was because my printer. I have my own personal computer. My husband has a personal computer.
And it works through.
We have no problem printing on that printer, but I'm telling you, they could not figure out how to make it print. And to me, I mean, it's a printer. I just want to print. That's kind of ridiculous.
So definitely, I mean, that's something we can look at. We can look to end the agreement. There's either a 60 or 90-day out clause, and we can do that and proceed to issue a bid and go back out.
I mean, I just feel like when you look at the work that you're getting for that add-on contract, I feel like they should have been doing that with the original contract we had. We shouldn't have had to pay another $60,000 for something that was part of the bid to begin with. Now, granted, like I said, there are some enhancements in that 60,000, but when you look at that list of 60,000 that they do, a lot of that stuff is in their contract.
I'm just thinking it makes it clean. If they win the bid, they win the bid. It makes it clean instead of having And that's a big portion of the contract, another $60,000. If it's, with the 60, then it comes up to 200.
A little over, I think it's about 230.
Yeah, that's a big portion of the contract.
I think
I think it's reasonable to go out to bid, and Integris can bid.
Well, and can we also do some research on the grant from, the grant
Yeah, I
that's
think we
being
can
offered
apply
and
for the
see, and
grant.
apply and see what, here's what I'd like to understand, Robin. If we applied for that grant and we got it, what would it give us? Would it say the state's going to give you software to use and then you have?
That would just be for cybersecurity, though.
Right, that's what I'm saying. What would that be? And what would we need in addition to it? And then go to bid for,
Yeah.
For the overall IT services.
Write the bid, specifically everything to be all-inclusive.
I
just-
read
I
the
don't-
bids
I
and
don't-
to me, they were, but I mean, they found a way to say you need something more and here's how we can feed it to you.
And that's the reason we need to go back out to bid.
Any additional comments? Next on the agenda is letter to the State Division of Lands Marina Parcels.
So I've written a couple of letters to the individual that Krabby identified. I have not heard back. We will follow up with a phone call to see that he did explain a process if we were looking to make a change to the restrictions. Sorry, let me get to. So we are following up, but just have not heard exactly back from the individual, Mr. Richardson. So we will follow up and see what else we need to do. He did explain that we would need pretty much an extensive plans and what are we looking to do, whether that's to modify the existing marina processes or the marina usage or something different. So that's where we've been so far. That's what's happened so far. There's, I think, a lot of pages missing.
Do we have any public comment? Commissioners, any comments or questions?
No comment.
This is, this is just to verify that we can use that marina property for public works. Is that right?
Well, also
For
for any other
to
uses.
continue.
Yeah, for a variety of uses that we've discussed, at least in the time that I've been here.
Okay, thank you.
Comments?
And we just haven't received a full response, is that correct? I don't, okay.
Correct, sir.
Okay, next on the agenda is the potential property purchase of 50 153rd Avenue. City Manager?
Thank you, Mayor. So we've had some discussions and some negotiating with the church property just up the street here on 153rd, Engaging Heaven Ministries. What is before you, not sure why it's not coming up, is the next steps or how you would like for city staff to proceed. We entered into an agreement tentatively. Of course, it's dependent on obtaining a second appraisal and then on certainly the commission desiring to continue with the process. We do have to obtain a second appraisal, but currently the property, which is 3 parcels, nearly a little bit more than 7/10 of an acre, again with an address at 50 153rd Avenue. It currently has 3 small, or a larger building that is currently used as the church's main building or for their uses, 2 other small buildings that were previously used by a plumbing business. The purchase price agreed to is $4.6 million. The church obtained an appraisal. Their appraisal for highest and best use came in at a little bit over $5.2 million. The city obtained one appraisal right before the storms in 2004 that came in at just over $2.3 million. So that is the item before you. What we would use, also, I'm sorry, it's not listed in the details. the church would continue to lease or essentially utilize the property for 6 months from the date of closing, which would allow us, should we proceed, to come up with the use for the building which we had proposed as a public works building facility in lieu of the location, the current public works yard over at the city marina.
Do we have any public comment? Questions, commissioners? Comments?
So will we have trucks and equipment there on the site?
We would, yes. I mean, we would look to place as much as we can out of our public works operations, likely everything that's over, the majority of what's currently in the public works yard over at the marina at this location. The goal would be to build a structure to have some offices, conference room, obviously what you need, and the ability to store as much equipment as we can on site. Currently, we are, what the commission approved was to build a 7,500 square feet structure over at the public works yard at the marina location. And that would have offices, a small conference room, and the ability to store equipment. The parcel that we're up here on 153rd is a total of 30,000 square feet, the entire parcel. That doesn't mean that we would use the entire 30,000, obviously, for a structure, but it would, all things considered, allow for a larger structure to be able to hold more equipment or additional services. However, it doesn't appear that it's big enough to house absolutely everything, meaning all of public works, all the stormwater, and all the sanitation. Whether we would want to store sanitation trucks there or not is an interesting matter, whether you can or not. Is it big enough to accommodate all of them? Doesn't appear that we could accommodate every single piece of equipment, but it's certainly a much larger location, and it would be for complete usage of public works for the most part.
Is the zoning consistent with this proposed use, or would we have to
I think so.
rezone?
Yeah.
Yeah, use up to the microphone, please.
Sorry about that. So it's in the town center special area plan, and it's zoned, but it has the C3 zoning. It's an allowed use, it just needs a special exception use, which has to go to the special magistrate, but that shouldn't be much of an issue to get, because it's a commercially zoned lot, so, thank you.
I'm just worried that the zoning, I mean, the use is not consistent with center. This is like center of our town. Basically, this is where we are. I wouldn't, I don't think we should store trucks and vehicles right in downtown area. So I'm just not in favor of it.
Commissioners?
Is it, we already are using the marina property for a lot of our public works. Am I correct with that? If we purchased this site, could we still not store some of the sanitation trucks that aren't appropriate or don't fit at the marina district, the marina area? I don't know, I'm just, if there's not enough room, I'm concerned that we have to.
No, I mean, it would appear, I think Ms. Wepfer can give a much better response, but I mean, certainly we could, but the question is whether we would want to do that,
Well, we'd
to
have-
store garbage trucks at that area.
But I mean, you mentioned that there's not enough room at the.
It appears that we would have not enough room to accommodate every piece of equipment.
Good evening again. So I'm not sure who has all been to our property that's off-site that we lease. If anyone hasn't been there, I invite you to come take a look. What we have stored over there are 4 garbage trucks, 1 claw truck, 3, I'm gonna call them pickup trucks. That's just the fleet. That is not including the dumpsters that we have on standby, the trash cans that we have, and also let's not forget about the mechanic. So we also have to ensure that we have space for the mechanic to be able to work on the garbage trucks, the fire trucks, or any other piece of equipment. Oh, I forgot about the trash bin trailer as well as over there. So there is a large amount of equipment that the Public Works Department has. So the reason for the garbage trucks being off the island is because, yes, they are pretty to look at, but they do smell. So those trucks take up an enormous amount of space. So in order for us to have a working public works yard, the intention is to not store everything inside of a building. That's just, it's not really possible. The intention is whenever it's not working, yes, we will put as much equipment inside the building as we possibly can for storage. But we also have a working yard where we have the Broyhill. Oh, that's at the Public Works yard. So the Broyhill, if anybody's not aware, that is a machine that we use on the beach. That has a dumpster that is dropped on one side, and then on the other side, the garbage truck has to be able to pull up to it opposite. So you have to have a full lane just for that machine to be able to operate and empty properly. So that's just one mechanism. I have four very large bins over at the Public Works yard that carry the beach trash that we pull off the beach every day. We have shell on hand at all times for landscaping, and then various metal that we pick up off the beach and a concrete pile as well. So we have a very unique space that we're currently working in, and we make do with what we have. But we want to ensure that if we purchase a piece of property, we're not settling. We're ensuring that it's going to fit the needs for us moving forward as well. So while we are at the Public Works yard, can we make it work? Yes. But we do share that space. We have boats in there from the marina that we share the space with. So we would love our own space. I've been fighting for that for a long time, but we just haven't had the opportunity really come thus far. And as Robin stated, this property, while it is larger than what we're currently at, it's still not large enough to hold all of Public Works, including sanitation. So we would still have to lease space, especially for the garbage trucks to stay off the island.
Are you in favor of this property for Public Works?
I am. I just want to ensure that we're all on the same
Right.
page, the full
So if
transparency.
sanitation were to stay off
They
the
would stay,
island,
yes.
then this would be sufficient dirt that we could ultimately have what you need for most of your equipment that you need on and off the sand. So it's very, very, very well situated for maintaining all the sand items. It's situated very close to the city for interfacing with your peers here at the city. I'm highly in favor of it. If you had that property for Public Works and the sanitation where we currently have sanitation, is there any reason to have anything at the marina?
I don't believe so.
And that's a double bonus as far as I'm concerned, because that marina is a gem other than Public Works. So I'm highly in favor of this acquisition. You've been looking for years for a piece of property that would meet your needs, and if you're saying it would meet your needs, I'm 100% behind it.
Yeah, we would have to demo, obviously, all the structures that are currently on.
Sure, I
So
mean,
we're
it's
still
not
looking
gonna
at
be,
significant
it's not gonna
costs.
flip a switch, but first we need to get the dirt.
Yes, so we would demo, and then I would probably ensure that we would probably have a change order for the design cost, because as
Sure,
Robin stated, this is
absolutely.
a change, but we would not put a structure to cover the whole. We need active working, we need to be able to enter out of the facility, drive through for
Right,
the
and
trucks.
to Commissioner Gavahi's point, I think that we could design something that's suitable for the location, so it's not an eyesore. We don't want an eyesore. We don't want an eyesore here. We don't want an eyesore at the marina. Public Works doesn't need to be an eyesore.
It wouldn't be. No, everything would be behind the building that you wouldn't see. It would look, I'm not sure if anyone has seen the City of Seminole's Public Works building, but you have no idea that it's really a Public Works building besides seeing the sign. But once you go through those gates and you get back there, then that's where you see the working yard, and that's what I envision for this property.
Perfect.
Commissioner Kerr asked my question, so that's good. So just to be very clear, the stinky garbage trucks would be off the island,
In this location, yes.
and you would be able to have your mechanic on the island.
Correct.
Thank you.
So I have a question. Robin, I first started inquiring with Robin, it's been several months ago, because we found out that what I thought that we couldn't pay but so much more. We could only pay so much more money for a piece of property and you couldn't buy one. I said that up here talking about it. And in conversation with Attorney Trask, found out that that wasn't accurate. Somebody had said that at some time and it just wasn't accurate. And that we could pay whatever we wanted for a piece of property. If we wanted it, we could pay anything. And it was at that time that I found out that they had inquired about this property. And because Attorney Trask had explained to me what the process would be, is that any of us could have the conversation with the city manager. The city manager could then go do the negotiations and then bring it to us here to vote on whether or not we wanted to move forward. And then we could do something. And to get Public Works away from the marina, where the marina could expand and be beautified and do whatever we could do there based off what we hear back from the letters that are written. But I do have a question, Robin. We've talked about 2 different parcels. Is the other parcel off the table?
No.
It is not.
Not completely. It's going to be a lot of work, but.
So, okay. I would love to, before I vote for this, and I'm not saying that I want this to go away, before I voted for this, I'd want to know where we are on the other, that you could bring that to us so that the commission could vote and have all the information. I mean, I don't know how much that you've shared or if you have or anything, but, or if you, I mean, I don't know how, I don't want to mar any waters, but.
Right, and this would not, the earliest this would come back would be August the 13th and definitely bring something back at that meeting.
So that we know, okay. That's what I would like to know, because if we have 2 choices or if we only have the one choice, I want to know that before I make a decision.
Yes. Real quick, we had this discussion, I believe everyone did, one-on-one. I'm not a big fan of the $4.6 million for this piece of property, to be honest. I know that Engaging Heaven brought in their own private appraiser, and that's when the price went up, I believe. I would like to see more time and see if we can do more negotiations as far as the price goes with Engaging Heaven and see what we can come up with. I do agree that it's a great piece of property for Public Works. I'm just on the fence about the cost. So, thank you.
So I would like to, I'd say something to that. To me, the cost, when they got their appraisal, they're getting their appraisal based off of best use. Building whatever you could build there, as many rooms as you could build, gives added value. When we're getting an appraisal, we're not getting best use because that's not what we're going to do with it. So our appraisal is always going to be less.
Right.
So I think that whether we're purchasing or whether we're looking to purchase this property or 10 other different properties, you have to look at it with the mindset of what value does this bring to the city? And it is not going to be an ROI, because I don't think you can't look at it like return on investment. Like, what do we pay to rent offsite? What do things cost? it's more than that. It is making an investment in the city. It's making an investment in public works. It's making an investment in the marina by removing public works. It's a much grander thought process than what the cost is. So I would be my 2 cents of mindfulness on that when it comes to the money.
Mayor, if I may, I'd like to add, typically when you purchase a property, you do a bit of a due diligence. You prepare a site plan to see how the building lays out, how the parking lays out. Does the site actually can be accommodating what your finished product should be? So if the staff's going to bring us the 2 parcels next time, I would recommend to maybe do a concept plan together with those sites just to see how they lay out.
That's a, well,
That's a cost.
That's a
yeah,
cost.
That's a cost that we would incur.
Yeah, we would
for
incur a
an
site.
unknown. We also know that we can make the parcel. We would make it work. So that's not, if it wouldn't work for our needs, we wouldn't have brought it before you.
I mean, I can do it at no cost, but that probably is not what happens here. But typically, you know, you do a bit of a due diligence to make sure that the property fits your needs.
If Megan is comfortable, that's all I need to hear, because she'll make it work. We'll make it work. And to the conversation the mayor and Eddie were having, we're kind of in a unique situation. If you're going to buy any parcel here on the beaches, you really have to look at it as though you're competing with developers that are going to buy that property or offer to buy that property for best use. So although 4.6 million is a lot of money, and what it brings to the value to the city, I'm very comfortable with it, because no matter, we've been looking for years and not been able to buy a piece of property because we can't move quickly in getting appraisals and whatever. The process, we have to bring it in the public eye. This is a unique opportunity that we were able to come to an agreement that was much less than what their appraised value came back as. Yes, it's more than what the city's appraisal, but that was not looking at highest and best use.
Yeah, I'm not saying not to purchase it. I'm just saying, is there room for
Yeah, I think,
negotiation on the purchase price?
No, I understand.
So I think
but
Robin has, I mean, in all fairness to Robin, I do think he's been
Yeah, we spent
negotiating.
some
He's been
weeks
going back
back
and
and
forth with
forth.
them.
Right.
Maybe if they're gonna stay for 6 months, they gotta pay us.
Okay.
Just saying.
Yep.
I mean,
That's
I just want to say, I've said this many times while I've been on this board. Sometimes our return on investment is an investment in the public services that we provide. It's a return on investment into our city's enrichment.
100%.
It's public service back to what, this is one of the most important services that we provide.
Mhm.
We shouldn't have to have it scattered and borrowed all over the city. It deserves its own spot.
I just put on public record, I'm very excited that we can get this and have a path forward for Public Works.
So are we.
Yes.
We would love some air conditioning.
There you go. That's all I want to hear.
thank you, Megan.
Mayor, if I could just jump in, I just want to make sure that we all understand that the due diligence period ends on August 20th. The closing takes place on September 22nd. So that's the way the contract currently reads. That's what was signed. That's what you will be approving at the next meeting. So you're boxed into a corner now on timeframes, unless the seller is willing to make changes to those dates. But those are the timeframes. Due diligence period will end 60 days from the effective date. The effective date was June 20th, so right around August 20th then. So we're really cutting it short here. Okay.
I feel like Robin can
Yeah,
come
we'll
back with the other information at at the voting meeting, and we can make a decision
Mhm.
then.
Yes, do that.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Next
Mayor.
on the agenda is America 250
Thank you.
semi-quincentennial. I don't think I said that right, but.
Very good. Thank you, Mayor. And this just briefly to advise you of what is happening throughout the country. I guess started a few months ago in preparation for next year, the 250th anniversary of the Declaration of Independence. So just bringing to the commission's attention what, if anything, think about or have a quick discussion about whether you would support having, I think you would support, but what types of events, activities, a logo, having a larger fireworks display, for example, next year, which impacts the budget. So just bringing that to your attention, and there's several websites on there if anybody looked at them, lots of interesting things. So pretty special to be alive during it and be able to participate and celebrate. So just wanted to bring it to the commission's attention.
Do we have any public comment? Oh, I'm sorry, I did not do public comment. I apologize. I thought I did. Please, yes. I know. I wondered why you were sitting back there.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Commissioner. Our property here over the church, I'm part of the church over there. And a couple things I wanted to let you know about is with Robin, I think actually with our pastor. So during the storms here, we had pallets of all kinds of water and food and all of that. And we've been serving the community for about the last 5 years. But somehow I think our pastor and Robin connected. We were kind of looking to get off the beach with the storms and all of that. We got our appraisal, and of course, we've had investors. I don't know if you know where this is. It's right there, right? It's right across from Winn-Dixie there. So we're having hotels come and throw big numbers at us. Well, so we've talked with Robin. Kind of one of our motivations is the speed with, obviously, here comes storms. You guys would be demoing everything, which, you know, for a church is interesting to see your building demoed and all that. But we'd be looking to get off the beach. And yeah, so we've had other numbers. You know, you can imagine being one right off the beach, about 7/10 of an acre, the numbers that people start throwing at you. So the ability to not have to go on the market the whole property, go through that whole rigmarole. So it's been a little bit of an ease with the city. Robin has, I think he's got a little bit of, I'm part Jewish, so I think he's got a little Jewish in him, that we have negotiated. He's a great negotiator. He does. Me too. So he's negotiated with us to 4.6 million. We were kind of set that 5 million was kind of our number. So anyways, when it comes to, Ms. Mayor, to leasing that, it's going to be a little bit of a process for us with the congregation, finding where we're going to go. We haven't found and reserved a space yet with our whole timing. So that gives us a little bit of time to, where are we moving this congregation? We're about 200 of us right now. And so anyways, I was thinking also the whole mural thing, with making that look nice down there. Your mural designer might be in handy. But anyways, just want to thank you for considering the property. We're going to be making a decision whether we put the property officially on the market and all the hotels and highest and best. We'd love to, I think just the ease of it and kind of being a part of the city, you know, we'd like to partner with you. So thanks for considering it.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Thanks.
Sorry about that. Thought I had asked for it. Guess I got.
Thank you so much.
Yes. So the semi-quincentennial.
Yes, as I had mentioned, just what, any ideas, thoughts, suggestions, events, we can begin planning some. Again, whether we look to partner, I thought a good idea would be to partner with the library and have exhibitions or different types of events. I haven't heard back from Stanley at the library, but I'll reach out to him and, but just really to get your thoughts, ideas, suggestions. But I think it's great to be alive during that time. I was alive during the bicentennial, but I was not in this country. So- And I was 4 at the time.
No comments? Questions? Yeah. Comments, questions?
I'm all for it. And let's take this as a great opportunity to market Madeira Beach and enjoy it. As far as
Do we
the
have fireworks?
city logo, and I don't know what the other cities along the beaches are doing, but to kind of coordinate with them.
So that's what I was going to say. I actually had one of our neighboring communities reached out just the other day and was asking me, do you think Madeira would consider partnering with us and we would do something together bigger? I don't know what that would look like, but I think that would be interesting. I'd love to see a drone show. I was at an event and they did a drone show, and it was it was the only one I've been to that I saw in person. It was the coolest thing ever because all these drones flew at, well, I mean, I don't have to explain it. It was super cool. And I was going to ask and suggest that maybe we would do that at our Founders Day or that party, because a drone show is really only for the people who are there. Because you stand and watch it. It doesn't really, when you do fireworks, you can be anywhere in the city and see them. But I think a drone show would be cool. Probably would not be appropriate for this, but
I think there is, just in case any of you are available, I read there is a drone show Sunday, I believe, at the pier.
yeah,
In honor of 727 Day. So,
they're really cool and they're getting much more popular, so the price is going to come down, but I would totally support
we'll keep
doing
you
something
updated.
fantastic.
I'm in favor of all that. The first thing that came to mind was, are we going to have to do whatever we do on the 4th instead of the 3rd? Since it's a pretty
I would
important
say
one.
at this point, and I honestly, I'm a guest in the country. I am a U.S. citizen, but I was not born here. So and I've worked my career in government, so I feel privileged and obviously an honor to be a citizen of this country. And I've dedicated my life to public service and the government. So I would prefer, and Jay's not here, so he can't opine, but I would say on July 4th, which will be a Saturday.
I 100% agree
I think
with
for this
that.
one,
So
we need to
we
do it
will
on the
do-
4th.
July 4th, 2026.
Well, let me just interject. In the past, we've used the excuse or the reasoning or the comment that we couldn't do it on the 4th because we couldn't get a barge.
We have.
And we have a barge that a local company will provide us every 4th of July, and it is their donation to the city for the celebration. So I don't see any reason why we should ever do a celebration that's not on the 4th of July, given that we now have that available to us.
Yeah.
Makes total sense.
Okay. Now, how do we kick this off? How do we plan? And just to say that we want to do this, is this just kick back to Robin and staff to brainstorm, or is this something you have to put a committee together? I mean, that's a tough word. Hard to manage. But how do you brainstorm this?
Excellent question. My thought was to convene a committee among the department, city staff, and just continue to update you as to what you're doing, get your input, your ideas, bring it back at workshops, upcoming workshops, but we can definitely create a logo. I mean, that's minimal, and then begin promoting it. Again, look to partner. I think the library would want to partner with us and go and see what other activities or events, and just continue to promote it as we get closer to the date. Little bit along the lines of when we celebrated the 75th, but kind of that was a much, much bigger, and the city did allocate a budget for that. This, we're probably just looking at a budget of more for the fireworks on the 4th, or however that might look, or the drone show.
Okay, so you'll bring this back to the next workshop, and we can talk about it more?
I think so. It's perfect. Good. Okay, next on the agenda is code enforcement, abandoned derelict boats, and abandoned unmaintained pools.
So we've discussed in the past, and I think all of you remember, we did have for derelict abandoned boats, between city staff and our code compliance that go on the actual, oh, thanks, boats, I hope that's my car, different boats that are abandoned or derelict. A couple of years ago, the sheriff's office and their contractor did remove over 20 derelict and abandoned boats in our area. That program continues through today. I believe I've shared with the commission a PowerPoint that the sheriff's office, their legal counsel provided on what the difference between, what constitutes abandoned derelict, the difference between their process as to how they tag them, the amount of time that due process is provided, and then when the contractor comes in and removes the abandoned derelict or other damaged vessel. So that is continuing, and we couldn't get someone from the Marine unit out this evening, but that program continues. I don't know if there was anything that either of you wanted to add regarding the derelict vessels, but.
Deputy Snyder again. Is this thing on? Can you hear me now? Hello?
Yeah, we can hear you.
So I think our role in handling derelict vessels would be private property bound. If it was on someone's private property, we could address it as an abandoned vehicle. If it's tied to your dock, the Marine unit typically will let us handle it if it's sunk. But if they right it, they pump it out and the FLs are good, at that point it's hard to do anything with it, even though it might be 50 years old. If it's floating, if it's properly registered and it's securely tied, there's not much we can do with it. But if it doesn't meet some of those requirements, it's on the bottom, unregistered, we can go after it with a code enforcement case in several directions, either with special magistrate direction, or we can go through the county route, which is issue a non-criminal ordinance violation citation, which puts them in county court. The magistrate process could lead to fines on the property, but as you've seen, there's a lot that comes in with fines assessed to properties. They live there. I don't know if we'd ever collect, but so one may have greater teeth. The other one might have a faster response if we start writing them $93 tickets, which could go up to as much as $500 if they pay it or lose it in court and we take them back, they don't do anything about it. It could be as much as $500 under the county fee schedule for that violation. So that's about what we could handle on private property, abandoned vessels or derelict attached to or in your front yard. That would be the only way we would handle it. Otherwise, the Marine unit would have to deal with it.
And so we've had several that it was communicated, I believe, to the city that the sheriff's contractor was working with a local business to remove boats, and that was taking much longer than I think anybody had anticipated, that they're working to resolve that.
Yeah, they had to go through a process with Tallahassee and on the paperwork side, so. All right, then,
Unmaintained pools.
all right.
So any questions on the derelict vessels or boats?
So there, on the Holton property, there's a boat that's tied to the seawall. Is that one that y'all are trying to get off? There's actually two.
Between Dean Pruitt's property?
In our marina, yeah, but it's on that property, and then there's one around the corner that is, it's tied to one of the pilings, and it's half sunk.
The old pilings from the old structure,
Yep.
the old covered structure that we used to have. So we were talking, just before we came here, we were talking about that, whether it would meet their criteria for the Marine unit to deal with, or it would be ours. But, so there's another issue with that property out there, is it had a history of, the dock, code stuff. Now there's some trash and debris on it, another code, we have to figure out exactly if it's far enough out or it's tied to, I haven't seen, that's one of our problems, is we can't get out there, we can't view it from the water.
I have a boat, I'll take you.
Thank you. So,
The city.
But we have one.
and then remember,
They
Dean
can use our boat.
has this submerged land. Well, it's just the process. They know the process. And I think there's funding that pays for the removal of these things too. They go to a temporary place and then they're supposed to be removed from the water. So I know enough to not know enough about the process.
I think the frustration is from the residents that I hear from, the frustration is, and even from myself, seeing it, I wouldn't have to have a resident to tell me. The frustration is that they are right there at property. They've been there for months, how can we move the process along? What do we need to do? Is there somebody else we need to call? Is there something more that we can do as a city to get it? Because I am certain Vice Mayor Kerr would agree with me that that is the entrance to our city. And when you come across the bridge,
Absolutely.
and that piece of property has got all that, I mean, they tore down a building, but they didn't haul the debris away. And there's 2 boats that are sunk right there adjacent to that piece of property. And then you have the marina, the fishing marina there that has sunk boats. How did they get away with that? And I'm asking that for me as well as for all the people who have asked me that question. I'm guessing there's not an easy answer, but I'd like you to give it your best try.
And
I
we'll
mean, with that one boat that the city manager, Robin, Mr. Gomez, was able to relate to me. Again, it took me a process because the FL numbers, they weren't there. It wasn't an FL number, or actually it was an FL number. So I had to reach out to Mr. Dean and then reach out to the actual Tri-J. So Tri-J was telling me, no, that's our boat. There's paperwork that has to be, signed and transferred through Tallahassee, and it takes some time.
Yeah.
So they knew what we were out behind them, like basically, hey, I'm gonna follow up next week, let me know, and they took care of that boat. So as far as the other boat, I'd have to get on their property and get that FL number and see who owns that boat, so.
Okay.
Yeah, we'll follow up and make sure to try to get them out there, get them removed.
Okay.
It's constant maintenance for us too. It's constant. And like I say, the quick fix is they'll pump the water out, they'll tie it to the seawall, and then for that day, it's good. And then the next week, it's sunk again. So it's this recurring thing. And if they come into compliance, barely, they're in compliance, barely. So, and it's what we're gonna get into later, is just this recurring, some of these property owners, it's recurring. It's over and over and over again. And, and sometimes they can afford to pay the fines if we ticket them. So, like I say, and all that water belongs to Dean, and somehow he became a temporary holding area for derelict vessels that are supposed to be removed from the water. And I don't know why they haven't been removed from the water. Again, we didn't handle any of that derelict vessel process that had them removed in the first place.
Right.
So, but now they're there, and, this is up and down with these things. So it's just frustrating for us because we get the complaints and we go out there and we say, look, pull it, write it, get it out, and we totally understand. It's very frustrating for us as well.
Well, I think this is a good conversation for the public so that the public can hear the process, right?
Yes. Yep.
Yeah.
Sorry. Comments?
Are you going to talk about pools too?
Yeah, so pool, and then unmaintained pools, again, we continue finding some and notifying them.
Sure, just like in the last year, I've only been aware of one resident where the pool pump was out. So just like you guys have it in your section 14-69, maintenance of exterior premises, subsection 7, which relates to the water should not be allowed to collect, stand, or accumulate on private property so as to constitute a breeding of ground mosquitoes or other insects. So once we get the complaint, we go out, reach out to the owners, introduce ourselves, what we do, and inspect if, that, hey, we received a complaint regarding your pool, right? We also have to be careful as far as going into someone's property without their consent. We can't just go, just because the house is abandoned, I can't just go and jump the fence, right? So we have to do all those steps to try to reach out to the owner. Have the neighbors calling, and he allows us to go into their backyard and kind of on high ground see that their pool is like, hey, yes, it's unmaintained. That's another way of getting around that, so.
Unmaintained pools are complaint driven. We can't see your pool. I
Right.
can't go in your backyard to see your pool. So if I get it from a neighbor that takes a picture from the second floor and it's black, they'll email it. We have addressed, I've done 3. I'm battling one on North Bay Shore that you can see from the street. And it's hurricane damage. Their pool pumps are down, their electrical's down, and they're no longer in the house. So the only thing we can do is have them chemically treated to keep it sanitized. So, and it's like, schedule somebody, have them come out every 2 weeks, and I'm sorry, but the cost, it's your problem, so
Right.
you have to maintain it. So, and that's what we have to do. So we have put people on notice, 10-day notices in the city. We've gotten compliance on about 80% of the complaints or 90% of the complaints that we've received. But in order for us to deal with some neighbor's unmaintained pool, we have to know about it. Picture helps, an address helps, and you can't be anonymous. You have to give me your name. The complaining person has to tell us who they are and at least the contact information. So because we're not supposed to do anonymous, you send me a picture of a pool and show me the address, and well, who's reporting it? It's required under the code enforcement statute. Tom could tell you, but so it's required. So it is what it is. You report it, we can go out there and address it, and we've had pretty good success. Barring, again, it's maintenance. It's going back out there, telling them to do it. Again, we provide notice. We give them a time frame to fix the issue, and then usually they're pretty good. They're in communication with us, and if they don't fix it, then we can issue citations in a county court or bring them to the special magistrate again. Typically, a lot of these houses have other issues besides their pool. They haven't pulled permits. They've done demos. They're waiting on, demos another issue. We've demoed some houses, and we left a pool. So now the pool's open. By state statute, that pool has to have a 4-foot fence around it. That's state law. So because somebody could wander in there, either it's empty or it's full, it's black, whatever, it has to be secured with a 4-foot fence. And we've had some of those as well. Somehow it slipped through, the post-inspection process where we've left a pool there and, in a scraped lot. But so we'll go out there and tell the owner, fence it immediately. Not next week, you need to do it right away. Because somebody falls in there, you're liable. So.
Are we going to talk about grass here?
Sure, we can.
So I have the grass in the community is ridiculous. And I've listened to people and complain about their neighbors not cutting their grass. And I know people aren't living in their homes, just like the gentleman here tonight. We see the picture, he's not cutting his grass. And what I get asked over and over and over again is, what can the city do? What more can the city do? And I mean, I know the answer and I give the answer, but I would like for you all to explain that answer so that the public can hear it.
Sure.
And understand that it is not just as easy as the city cutting their grass.
Sure.
And the process.
So how the process works, just like we just talked about the pools, right? So we'll get a complaint, or even if we're driving around, if we see it. So we go and try to make contact with the owner. We do get in touch with them. We'll tell them, hey, you got 10 days. We give them about 10 days to rectify the problem. And we'll do a reinspection within those 10 days. If the issue hasn't been resolved, then we go and start writing them, whether it's a written warning or a fine. Usually when we get to that point, they know. And when we're calling them, they're having somebody out there to cut it. I had a lady on 140th. It's a lot. I think it's 90, 140th. There's a for sale sign on it. I called the realtor, and within 5 days, they had the lot mowed. So I gave Mr. Gomez a list of addresses that I've been working, and every day I'm calling the owner. So
We go from one end of the city to the next. We get to the bottom, it's a week later, and the grass on the north end is grown again. Again, it's just constant maintenance. So in the ones that we have issued citations for grass, the written warning has best teeth for us because it's part of the problem is identifying the owner of the property. We have a lot of properties that are LLCs. They've recently changed since the storms. We got new owners. It's an LLC. We have to track down. We have to go to LLC, Pinellas County Property Appraiser, to Sunbiz, and then from Sunbiz to try to track down who's the registered agent, who owns it, and is he even here? If he's not here, it's very difficult for us to, then try to find a phone number for this guy. So I've sent pictures and texts and emails, and I've called numbers that could be that the owners, putting them on notice. If they're local and I can identify them with a driver's license, I will put a written warning on their door. That usually has pretty big impact because they know they're going to county court. So if we've got one that we couldn't even identify. We were in St. Pete last week going to an address, and they only collect mail there. They don't even operate out of there. It's just, you wouldn't believe it. You know, we did contact somebody and got her to mow finally, but it was the 500 building on Fifth, where was it? Main Street in St. Pete. And no name, nothing, but that's where their mailing address is, some, you know, high rise in St. Pete. So, so it's very difficult. So identifying the property owner can be tough. We can mail a letter, and that's why posting is our other thing. If we put a physical post on the property, it gives notice to you guys driving around. Oh, look, the deputies have posted it. We have red tag hangers that have a host of different ordinance violations on it. We'll check it when we did it, and that gives you a notice that, hey, look, somebody's paying attention to it. So I like to put those out. Hey, look, there's a red tag hanging on the door handle. It's probably for grass, trash debris, those sorts of things. So if we get non-compliance, then we start the process and cite them or take them to the magistrate.
Yeah, not to pile on with the previous owner, but we know that there's a pool in that backyard. So they're not maintaining the front yard, they're not living there. I would assume they don't have power. So that area of the community has to be infested with mosquitoes in that pool. Has that particular, and I'm using an example, has that particular homeowner been cited or referred to at least contact the county, because the county will come out and treat that pool. They will put the fish in there, the mosquito-eating fish in
If they
there.
can get access to it.
If they're
Right,
invited.
but I'm just
If
saying,
there's nobody there, yeah, they
if
won't.
you're having any communication with them, it's a free service. All they have to do is request and allow them to
Right.
come on their property, and that's going to be helping the community. So my question is, A, for that property, but B, if you find that a home is not being lived in and the grass is growing, can the question be made, if you can't go back in their yard to see if they have a pool, can that be an automatic question when you do make contact, or when maybe code enforcement makes contact? Do you have a pool? Make the request. Or it may be on the property appraiser site
The aerials.
that you do have a pool. So you have to assume that that's a hazard for the rest of the community there.
So Vice Mayor, so what we usually do when we get the complaint, either, you know, you do the Google Maps or Zillow or property appraisal, and we can see that, hey, this person, as of last year, had a pool, right? We go inspect the property, maybe the fence has been torn down. If it has, then it's unsecure, right? So we can go in just to inspect it on the outside, just to make sure that, or in the inside, sorry, just to make sure that you know, in this case, will be the pool. Make sure that the pool is secure. If not, then at that point, like I said, we'll contact the, you know, whether it's Pinellas County. Usually I'm in contact with your city manager to let them know, hey, this is what we got.
Yeah, well, just to let them know, it's a free service.
Yeah, we'll
Help your neighbor. It just takes a phone call to say, you're authorized to go on my property. And it would help out the community tremendously.
Sure.
We'll start posting the flyers on the properties. That was the takeaway from the mosquito control presentation.
So the
But if they're not living there, they're not going to see it. It may be weeks or months before they would see something posted. That's
Right,
the only
so-
problem with that
so
problem.
The address that we were dealing earlier and this evening with the gentleman that was here, I was made aware of it yesterday, and obviously I posted that yesterday. I posted the orange pamphlet from the city saying, hey, rectify this problem, you got 10 days. I'll be in touch with that gentleman.
Yeah, I mean, it's a free service, and it's just a phone call.
Yep.
Thank you.
Anything further? Thank you.
There's a gap, and then we have e-bikes.
Oh,
Can we?
L and K.
so we'll do e-bike. Do you mind if we do e-bikes
Go ahead.
before we do strategic?
Great.
So next on the agenda is electric e-bicycles, ordinances, rules, and processes.
So e-bikes, the statute defines an e-bike is, it has to be a bicycle or tricycle equipped with pedals, fully operational pedals, and a seat. And an e-bike has a motor of less than 750 watts. That is the definition of an e-bike by Florida statute. So the statute is also granted an e-bike the same rights to operate a regular bicycle, except we have city ordinances that say not so fast. So you cannot operate an e-bike on our beaches. And you were asking, are we adding patrol? No, we're just spending more time out there. So we have directed patrols, and typically the patrol deputies will handle that. Fridays and Saturdays, I'll spend at least an hour and a half slow up, and then maybe a half an hour coming back. So I've increased my time on the beach to several hours in addition to this other stuff that we're doing on a daily basis. So we're just adding more time on the beach. Dogs, glass, barbecues, e-bikes. So it's interesting, e-bikes, we see them in pairs. And then you never know where they come in from. They could come in from very far north, and most of the beaches have an ordinance that says no e-bikes. So ours specifically says no e-bikes are allowed on the sand. If you have a regular pedal bike, you're okay. What we hear from them is, well, I wasn't engaging the motor, I was going slow. Doesn't matter. You still can't be out here. So you gotta go. So our process is with e-bikes is we identify them, we give them a warning. If I'm gonna take somebody to county court, they want to see that they have been previously warned. Because if they come in somewhere where there isn't a posted sign saying no motorized vehicles on the beach, that's, and is it an excuse? I can't be, 2 miles wide here and see everybody all the time. So when I see them, but they could come through a private condo, a private residence they've rented, and some of those may not have all the beach warnings notifying them that you can't have glass, you can't have dogs, you can't have e-bikes. So their access points, if they came in from a non-city access point, they may not be aware of all the city's rules. They came from north, the Reddingtons or Indians, and came all the way down, and you can cover lots of distance on an e-bike because the maximum speed on an e-bike is 28 miles an hour. So, and you can get along with traffic there. So identify, warn, tell them to leave, and we get immediate removal. We don't get any flack from anybody. They leave right away. We educate them. They can still go on the trail. I don't know of any beaches that allow e-bikes, and there's also misinformation from the bike shops telling people that you can ride them anywhere, and you can't. Municipalities have the right to adopt and enact ordinances that prohibit them from riding on the sidewalks. You cannot ride an e-bike on the sidewalk in Madeira Beach. Now, Pinellas County is different. You can ride them on the trail, different, but we are not allowed. I don't think e-bikes on the sidewalk are a big issue. Plus, we have a bike trail, and when you're going 20 miles an hour, you're not going to be going 20 miles an hour on the sidewalk. Pedestrians have the right of way, then bicycles. So, and if we have a recurring issue with an e-bike, we have the ability to issue them a non-criminal ordinance violation citation. That's a lot, I'm sorry. So.
And I had mentioned, I think, to Commissioner Tagliarini when we met about, as Deputy Snyder said, sometimes they come from far north, so they're coming from the Reddingtons on the sand. We don't have any signage as they enter. At some point they entered the sand, whether that may have been in Bel Air Beach or Indian Rocks or wherever. I think most cities.
You'll never see a sign that says no e-bikes if you enter from far north. You'll never see anything that gives you notice. So, because we don't have any that face on approach coming into the city. So
that's what we were trying to figure out, how to do that. I don't know if that was with you or with the mayor. How do we put a sign, or how do you manage, where do you put it? It's going to be underwater, and so that's another challenge to.
Also, I live on North Bayshore, Reddington. It's getting late. North Bayshore has an issue with the e-bikes that don't stop for the stop signs, the intersections there, even at Hunter, all the way around North Bayshore. Have you issued any citations to those people?
I haven't issued a bicycle citation in some time. My biggest issue is on Gulf Boulevard, them traveling the opposite direction in the bike lane. That's the biggest issue I see. In the neighborhoods, I don't see it that much. One of our bigger issues is actually e-motos. That's an electrified motorcycle that is not allowed on the roadway or the sidewalk or the trail. They're too high powered, and a lot of the kids have those, and that's a whole nother issue. It's not a bicycle, and they're not street legal. So, and we've last year we had a campaign to target the schools and the kids in Seminole, and we had some here that were some of our residents that we identified in Seminole that were riding to school on an e-motorcycle. they're not good for street use, period. Off-highway, off-road use only for these things. And these things are capable of 50 miles an hour. So, helmets are required if you're under 16, and they can ride e-bikes as well. So, but the e-motorcycles, if it looks like a motorcycle and it's electric, it doesn't make any sound at all, it's no good for street use, period. So, but yes, we can, and it's just another thing we'll look for. So if it's could be a particular person that you're seeing over and over again, and, we just need to find them, stop them, and say, hey, look, you're required to stop adhere to all the traffic, the stoplights, the stop signs, the stop bars, all that a vehicle would have to adhere to, the bike has to as well. So, and it's a bicycle violation. It has a different amount than a car. I think it starts at $62.
Definitely. I appreciate the information. I think we all do, because, it's all about public safety in some of these, people that aren't wearing helmets or could crash their e-bikes, running through those stop signs. I think if it's a preventative measure, and I appreciate the information.
They don't need to be registered, right?
They do not.
So I've seen them all over the place, and they show up, just sporadically surprising you. So it's as Commissioner McGinn said, it's a safety issue. I think from a legislation, we probably should have a bill brought to,
The
forward.
county's talking about ordinance relating to the age of the younger riders on the e-bikes, because they're really, really young. And it's something that's being discussed, but I haven't heard back. And the speeds at which they travel, the injuries are so much more significant, when you're going from 15 miles an hour, 12 miles an hour to 28 miles an hour, and then requiring helmets up to a certain age, they've talked about that as well.
And you don't need a license to ride it.
Nope.
Amazing.
It's opened the doors to a lot of people for bicycling that wouldn't normally ride. That they have an e-bike, and now they're e-bike riders. So,
Thank you.
you're welcome.
Next on the agenda is strategic planning.
So, Mayor and Commission, back to the mayor's comments earlier. We have not focused on strategic planning, back to the vice mayor focusing on the comprehensive plan, the master plan, looking at specific areas of the city, but nothing kind of based on the comments you made, Mayor. So that is something that we should do, very much advocate that, and we will see what that looks like. But I think what you stated, getting all the department heads, the commission in a room, again, I think it has to be advertised and how that would work, but to do that and have a discussion about the plan, that you're very correct, it relates to the budget.
Yeah.
It's performance-based, that's what a lot of other cities have done and have started to do. I just included in the agenda item what I grabbed from the city of Homestead of how kind of simplistic it can be, but therein it can be rather complicated to focus on mainly how you align your budget with your strategic initiatives and focusing on specific operations and then how you bring it all together into your budget.
So I went out and looked, Robin, at other municipalities. So I looked at St. Pete, I looked at Pinellas Park, I looked at St. Pete Beach, Treasure Island. Not every city has something on their website that you can see, but if you're so inclined as to get an idea of it, and I'm sure Robin will come back with something for us, but you could see what other cities did. And the beach communities, I think, are particularly interesting, and everybody's done it different. None of them are the same. They're all different. St. Pete beaches, they took a whole year. I mean, their data is from a whole year of working on it. And then, another community I looked at, it was just 2 days. And they went in with an agenda, and in 2 days, they were done with what they put together, and then staff will come back with something in a couple weeks. So I think it's very interesting and could be very good for us.
Who sets the agenda? The directors of the different
Well,
departments.
the city manager would be the person who would create the event.
No,
I think
the-
when we
the-
went,
The agenda, I mean, you would have multiple meetings, I would imagine. You would have a regular monthly meetings?
so what I saw was some of them did multiple meetings, but a strategic planning, two of the cities that I looked at went out and did specific strategic planning for 2 days. There were other things that happened. There were other things that got brought in from various places or what have you, surveys and information, but it was 2 days of sitting down in the huddle. Actually, one of the cities, I think, only did 1 day because they went, it might have been 2 days. They went in and it was the commission and all the heads of the department. And then when they were done, when the commission was done with their part of it, because we're just here to give advice, right? To give I mean, we're not here to run the city, but we're here to, we observe and we obviously have opinions and things like that. And then the commission left and the staff was left to pull together their strategic
I
planning.
understand,
Yeah.
but it all starts with a vision. Is that vision from each of the department heads? And we discuss how those visions might be a good vision or maybe not, or how that would coordinate with other department heads. I'm just trying to get a handle on how to make the strategic planning sessions valuable. And do you do these for a series of meetings prior to budget season? During budget season, we have 4 o'clock meetings before our workshops. Do we do that before our workshops with strategic planning meetings?
So to me, based off
Outside of the budget?
right, to me, for my personal opinion, based off of what I have read and seen, and I could change my opinion if somebody else gave me additional information, I just see it as an opportunity to get, like I said earlier, to get the whole city, staff,
And there's
leaders
value to
in a
that.
room with us, and we all sit and talk, and we listen to them, and you get to hear, I think in that you hear people's pains that maybe even the city manager doesn't get to hear, right? You get to have those conversations and hear and determine what is most important for the city.
No, and the way
Some of
I'm
what I've
understanding
seen,
it,
yeah.
we're not here up on the dais, we're all sitting down.
Right, it's a
you know,
much more
it's-
casual, but I think
But it
it
has-
is also very driven. It's very,
But you have
you
to
know,
have an
there's a
agenda,
purpose,
and you have
right,
to have
yeah,
minutes, and
yeah.
you have to have.
And it
because you
might,
don't want to talk until 10 o'clock at
Yeah.
night.
it might be a good idea to attempt to hold a 1 day, what the mayor just said. But when we haven't done that, I've been in a couple of cities where we did do that, and that was done once a year, and it was usually before the start of the budget season. So that might be a good way to start to get kind of an well, I think we're beyond an introduction, but to see how we want to go from there. What would be the next steps, and introduce at that meeting options that we can use. So not necessarily creating a strategic plan right then and there, but more like a strategy session to
Yeah,
decide what to do going forward.
What's working in this department, what's not working, what's our vision? Okay.
Claire on the microphone.
The
Thank you.
nice strategic planning here, 17 or 18. And it was a 2-day workshop, and I think we got started at it was early in the morning, like 10 o'clock or 1 o'clock afternoon. It was early, it went 2 days. I could find that report and send
If
it
you
to
have the
everybody.
information.
I
Yeah,
can
I'd love
send
to
That's
hear
the
about-
first
love
I've
to hear
heard of
more
it.
about it, but have to have an idea how to format it.
I can send that report to everybody. Everybody was together, the department heads, the city
the commission.
manager, everybody, the board of commissioners, there was public that attended, and the person putting it on did a lot of exercises. We had charts, we all wrote, filled out charts, and it was fun of what our needs, for the future and stuff. And for the budget. It
Was there a
for the budget.
consultant involved?
I think that'd
Yes,
be
there
awesome.
were, and they prepared the report and everything and gave it to us.
Yeah, and that's whether we do it internally or hire a consultant. Many cities hire a consultant, but if it's for a 1 day, typically you wouldn't, I mean, typically, the cities that I was in, we didn't hire a consultant. It
It
was
wasn't
just
much at all.
staff-driven to come up with a strategy and what your budget would look like, what your priorities are for your budget.
Yeah, the cost wasn't very much at all, and they prepared the report, and everybody did it together.
I think it would start with a questionnaire for each of the department heads and kind of make an agenda from that, I guess, and I don't know.
Thank you, Robin. Any other comments?
Great discussions.
Next on the agenda is Community Development Discussion Ordinance 2025-14, Amendments to Chapter 14.
So we are,
So we left this, we kind of put this as a placeholder here just in case there were any maybe questions left over from the previous meeting. So the space was open, so we just put this topic in there. I think we can move on to the next one.
I don't think we have any public comment. Just for the record, there's no one here. And us.
public, right? Just staff.
Do you have any questions on this? This is what we just voted on. I agree. Next on the agenda is post-storm update, FEMA, FDEP, permitting, and department updates.
We included the permitting updates from last week, and we got an update today. Robin, I don't know if you can pull that up, or I can just kind of go over some of the larger number updates. Total applications went up from 3,058 to 3,114. Total permit applications to be reviewed from 335 to 330. Permits issued 2,700 to 2,730. I think those are just the main ones to update. And then on here, we just kind of went through each section of community development about the variance requests, how many we've received. I think we'll see a lot of, at least some alleviated with the elevation, the amendments from Chapter 14 that we were just talking about. And then there's also code enforcement cases that are quite high as well. We have contracted to support in building and planning review. We're reviewing with CAP government to see if we can get additional code enforcement assistance through them. We're also working with Forerunner, which is the new floodplain management tools. The county is also proceeding with using Forerunner for their damage assessments. So I think that'll be really good having them using the same program. Clearwater used them last year, and it seemed to go a lot smoother than many of the other communities. Let's see, we're working on doing a soft run with Forerunner, going out into the field. So all of staff will be up to speed on that new software. We'll be mailing out to all property owners our annual flood letters. Those will come probably next month at some time, as well as mailing the repetitive loss areas their annual letters as well. I think those are the main things that I have. Marcy's there. I'm sure I'm missing things.
No, that was actually really
Just
good.
a brief overview of what's been going on.
Just so you, and I think we may have shared this during one of the previous meetings, FEMA has in the last, I believe, month or two, they did reach out to us and request permits to start auditing. So they're already in that process, requesting site-specific information. So we have submitted that to them. So as expected, that has already began. So we haven't heard any feedback yet, but I do anticipate, based on the status of some of those addresses, the next question is going to be, where is our code enforcement post-storm recovery for that? So that you'll see code enforcement start picking up too, and in the next couple of months, ramping up, finding people who didn't pull permits, but possibly have flood insurance claims, or already have people living in there when we know the water line was at 4 feet, things like that. So there'll be an uptick in that for code enforcement for sure.
And then we also included in the packet from FDM, the Senate Bill 180. We were briefly talking about that earlier with impact fees. There's quite a lot in 180. So we're digesting that and trying to address all of those sections.
Any comments, questions?
I just have a comment. I believe we're on the same page. You guys are doing a fantastic job. I just wanted to throw that comment in there.
Stand out late.
Yeah, 2 nights in a row.
All this is great. It shows how much you're doing. My question is, the metrics that I think we sent earlier as a request, are they being looked at? An example, when an application's submitted, how quickly is that first review? Is that a week? Is it a month? Is it 2 months? Is it, what can we expect as far as your backlog when a application's submitted, whether that's for an elevation or for new build or whatever it is, before it gets from the stack to actually review? So, and is it getting better? Are we starting to get ahead of the curve? Are we shrinking it from 2 months down to 6 weeks? Is it, and don't take my timelines as actual, because I have no idea. All I can do is work from the feedback I get from others that, is there, I get the question, I'm following it and it hasn't been reviewed and it's been such and such a date, and I don't have any bad comments. I don't have any comments. And I go to work every day, and is it getting better? That's all I'm asking. And what else, what other, as always, how can we help?
Getting the metrics is a little bit, part of that's going to have to be driven by dealing with the permitting software system to really get accurate data versus us going in and trying to manually look at how they're reflected.
I don't want you to manually have
That's
to.
exactly it. So there's a balance between us working with the permit software, because there are things that we do need them to change, and they're more pertinent to us being able to expedite the process versus extracting data, which I know is so important to give measures to how productive we're being, how long things are sitting in a queue. Those are very important data points. My eye is on getting the permits out and having our software company focus on that, helping us get the permits out the door. The data is something I want to have, but it's kind of, and I don't want to say it's not a priority because it's important. I do know that, but it's so important to me to get these permits reviewed out the door, making the system more efficient. It is getting better, but just as you think it's getting better, Barb will come over and go, we have, 20 new house permits this week. So we're running at a crazy pace. And just today, Joe said to me, he's like, I wish that, we can pay our subconsultants all day long to work. What we can't do is we can't pay our staff who would very much be willing to continue to work those 60-hour weeks. And you've met Joe, he's young, he's fit, he's a beast, he can do that. Unfortunately, we have no mechanism to reward him for wanting to do that. He's the person I want to pay to do that versus, forking out money to a subconsultant who has to get up to speed. So if I could say anything to the community, to, the Florida state government, we should be able to pay our staff who want to work that time, be able to pay them the overtime to do that, versus having to go out for subconsultants who we have to train. We have people who get private providers thinking they're going to expedite the process, and I just had one this week. The entire design went through with the wrong elevation, the wrong freeboard. They were in the wrong flood zone, so it came through without deep foundations, without breakaway walls. But they thought they were ahead of the game because they paid a private provider to help expedite it, and it was completely wrong. So, there's just a lot to it. So sometimes going out and hiring people isn't the answer because they went out and hired somebody, and these are professionals with engineering degrees and all that other stuff who are just stamping stuff to get it out the door. So that's a long answer to say I wish I could tell you specifically that, but that is a metric we need to extract, and we're going to work on getting a better answer for that.
So staff that's not reviewing, I'm sure you have administrative staff. They can't, just from you have the Excel spreadsheets that I'm sure the software could print out very quickly, and you'd be able to give an average on dates. When was it first reviewed? When was it entered?
Right, and I've been working with Barb on getting those reports and the data points we can have in those reports to get it, and I know it does seem like that would be easy to do. For instance, I wanted to run a report, every time we issued a substantial damage letter, that substantial damage letter meant you were not substantially damaged. And you toggled a button, selected that letter. I wanted a report telling me how many of those letters we issued. It's not there. So it's us getting the software system to work better and to make our provider understand the importance of that.
I'd say it's a smaller software system as well. So they do work with us to build out certain things, but it's not like Acela that works with these larger governments that already have these programs in place and different reports that you can put together that you would typically see.
I get you're pulled in 20 different directions. You're in, you're in meetings. You can't spend 60 hours just doing the review process or whatever. It's new information. You're telling me that you can't work overtime. We're not allowing overtime to be spent to actually get additional reviews done by existing city staff. Is that what I'm hearing?
It would be for salaried employees, which those are the employees that review the permits.
Maybe that's something we need to look at. Maybe there's a bonus structure or some sort of overtime structure for salary, at least for a period of time. I don't know. I don't know what the answer is. That's what the dialogue.
Right.
But if we have experienced staff that can work more to get things done, and there has to be a mechanism to be able to allow that to happen and let them be compensated.
I'd have to let Robin and Tom speak to that. I feel like there's some Florida state
It's federal
rules,
laws
or federal.
regarding the Fair Labor Standards that do not allow for overtime to be paid to salaried employees unless that changed, but I don't think it has changed. And again, we can look at salary structures and as we're finalizing the budget.
Weren't they working overtime directly after
During the
storm?
emergency, yes. And then I was advised that that was not allowed.
Oh, I thought when it was an emergency, it was allowed.
No.
That we were in violation?
So how's that work?
Exactly.
They're salaried employees. Whether they work 1 hour in your city or they work 100 hours in their city, they're salaried. So
We can't pay them what, hazard pay or overtime? I mean, really?
yeah, and we addressed that, and Rob Eschenfelder was the one that addressed it in the very, very beginning. And when we were looking at the personnel policy, I think it was.
I thought they collected their hours and turned them in so that we would be reimbursed and they would be paid to
No, we-
FEMA.
well, we
I mean,
did-
we're totally off topic
Yeah.
from that, but that, I had no idea. I thought they were being paid.
Well, no,
after
they
the
were.
storm.
Right. No, they were.
Oh, okay.
And then we have submitted that for
Oh,
reimbursement.
okay.
But we
So
can't
they
do
did
it-
get
we can't do it
overtime.
Yes,
anymore.
yes.
We just can't do it anymore, is what
Correct.
you're saying?
And we were in violation then.
Correct.
Correct.
Wow. I'm not happy about that.
So
That's not right.
That's not hole I wanted to go down, but so, sorry about that.
That's a different agenda
Well, it's-
item.
Well, it's
just-
really,
That's-
it
yeah.
is, but it's
So,
not
yeah.
because
Just,
It's related.
yeah, so, I mean, do we just the staff and the availability. Another kind of example of one of the frustrating things we have to go through too is recently they took away the Pinellas County Licensing Board and how they collected and managed contractor licensing. Now that falls to the individual municipalities. So that was a whole nother unfunded mandate that we had to then toggle over and spend a significant amount of time working through getting our software system to do that. And it's still in the process of being done. And that's something we have to do to make sure our contractors are licensed, to collect the insurance forms. So all that stuff just pulls away from all the things that we're asking for here. And so,
So would we be served well to have different software? I mean, let me just say this in all transparency. I got to spend a great deal of time at City Hall right after the hurricanes and listened to a lot of conversations, whether it was staff or residents and staff. And so I heard a lot of things about the frustrations of the system that we use. And although I think that you all have done a fantastic job with what you have, I know that you've made a lot of changes along the way because MGO didn't have it. And MGO wasn't really a software that was ever meant for a planning department anyhow. It wasn't a product we purchased that we joined together and made a decision, goes to the strategic planning. It was a decision that one department made, but it affected two departments that are really one department, right?
Yes.
So that being said, every time you have to call MGO and have them add something or make a change to that software, do we pay for that? Does that cost us extra?
no,
No.
we don't get nickel dimed with
Okay.
them for that.
Is it ever going to be what it needs to be to serve this city properly? Would be my question.
I think it would take a long time to get there. There's a lot of massaging, it's a lot of staff time.
So why would
spend-
we not start looking at a better option? You have to know one. I mean, you're in the industry, you have other cities. Surely there's some, I would think, some opinion you have on what would best suit us and think about it on a growth scale, right? Don't build a program for today, build it for tomorrow. And is there something better? And what does that look like in cost? I mean,
Yeah, we've
and you-
kind of internally talked about
Yeah.
that. Obviously, right now is not a good time to make that change, but to have that in mind for the future. And, in our downtime,
well, yeah.
what systems do we know about? What would serve a government of this size and what we do? I know Acella's just about the best one that I've
It's the most
heard of.
popular, yeah.
It's very expensive. I know I talked to them at one of my latest conferences, and there was another county that the county had an interlocal agreement with all the municipalities to use Acela. So that is something that we've kind of talked about internally. We haven't made any steps, but I believe Pinellas County uses Acela. So I don't know if there's something that us as the smaller municipalities could talk to them and get some sort of interlocal agreement because they have done it in another county in Florida. I don't know what that looks like. I haven't explored it, but we've just briefly talked about that.
And there's another permitting software an adjacent community is using, and I literally just asked today if they could get me access to see what the end user looked like. What is the contractor seeing? Because I know what contractors are seeing on our end, and it posed some questions, so I have asked to see, and it's not an Acela program, so it would be a different one, but I have asked if I get some purview to that, so hopefully in the next couple of days I'll be able to see that, so.
Thank
but yeah.
you.
I would think there'd be a pretty nice advantage to be able to use the same software that the county's using.
Yeah,
Not just
absolutely.
financially.
Anything that we can do that the county is doing just makes it so much easier on our end.
Yeah, because they need access to our data anyway.
Mhm.
That makes a lot of sense from the outside looking in.
And don't like the fact that I couldn't give you an answer. So I gave you a lot of stuff around not giving you an answer, and I know that because I wanted to explain that, but I'm aware that that occurred, and I don't have the answer, but wanted to kind of explain to you the layers that go into that.
I get it. It's not easy, and I don't want you to walk away that you're not appreciated.
You never make us feel that way. No, I appreciate the questions, and it does get stuff out there because you're asking what people want to know.
Thank you.
So this says department updates. Is this where we were going to get updates from the departments, Robin, or is this just specific to planning?
Well,
and
it's specific
permitting?
to community development, but if you'd like we can provide some updates
No.
on.
I'll wait. I'll wait. I was just double checking. Anything further? So next on the agenda is tech grants.
What?
This community development.
All right, thank you. So we have been talking to Kimley Horn, who's doing our master plan. We also have a contract with them from one of the latest contracts that we've did with Public Works. They came to us talking about the Community Planning Technical Assistant Grant. I am very much in support of going forward with this. We wanted to bring that to BOC just to discuss. So this would be, Kimley Horn would be putting together this proposal for the grant. It's up to $75,000. There's no match. It is a reimbursable grant. And we would like to update a large chunk of our land development regulations, specifically focusing on the ones that were discussed through the master plan, as well as a lot of those codes that have not been touched since 1983.
Comments or questions?
Can we vote yes now?
Yeah. Any other comments, questions? Comment?
Sounds great.
Okay, so before you leave, I want to talk about something. I don't want to talk about it. I want to tell the commission about it. I spoke to Robin about this when I had my one-on-one. I had gotten some information on the hazard mitigation grant program through the LMS, LMS, through the local mitigation strategies. And I had a conversation with another city, and they had, on the day I was with them, had just received the spreadsheet from LMS of what was being sent for request. And the day I had the conversation, it just so happened that Robin had sent us an email about mitigation and different things, and I had responded and asked him about what did we request for mitigation. And I didn't get a response back from him, and which I thought was kind of weird. I told him because he always responds to everything. And then something else came up, and I remembered that I hadn't gotten the email from the person I had spoke with. And I sent her a text, and she sent me the spreadsheet of what went for loss mitigation. And I read through the spreadsheet, and she had said to me, I don't think y'all asked for anything. It's $800 million. And we did not ask for anything. And the understanding is that every municipality that asked for something got at least their first request. And when I went through and looked through all of the different items, they're various things. They're undergrounding utilities, fire station generator, pump stations, reconstruction of water master pump station, hardening of utilities, generators, just all kinds of things. So what I would like to ask all of you to do is to have your one-on-one with Robin and with Planning, Community Development Department, and talk about what went wrong that we did not get something in this. This is free money. It was, Robin can share with you the spreadsheet that I had, because it tells you what every city asked for, what the estimated total project cost is, what the federal share requested is and what the local share is.
It's a match.
It is. It is not.
Some are.
No.
It says federal and
There's an estimated project, there's a federal share request and an estimated local. It is not a dollar-to-dollar match. Because, I mean, they're asking, the federal share request is much more than the local. So my point is, somewhere we have missed a big boat. And please take the time to have the conversation and get the information, because I don't want to have it here because I don't fully understand it. I just understand that we missed something. And
well, there are multiple ones, and that's why I brought up the resiliency that is available, that we are going to do that. A lot of some of the ones listed in there are for generators, and which we've received in the past through that program.
please take the time to have the conversation and read the spreadsheet and see what municipalities requested so that you can make your own decision, and we can sit up here and have a conversation to figure out what happened and how we make it not happen again. Whether it's a staffing issue, whether it's time, whatever it is, I don't know. But this is a huge miss on our part.
Well, I think it was discussed internally within the departments what to look for, and came back at this point, not anything that was immediate that we hadn't already looked at through other sources, whether through appropriations or through the FDEP, the resiliency grants. So it's out there, but
I'm pretty disappointed that you would say that. Please give them the spreadsheet, let them have
yeah,
it, let
that's
them
fine.
have the
We'll review it.
conversation, because to sit and say that there was no need for us to make a submission, that is a totally that's just not even right, Robin. It's $800 million. We didn't ask for
Well, I
a
don't think-
penny,
I
and
don't
you're
think it's
telling me that we shouldn't have?
we have to look. I wasn't aware of the entire program, but we'll look. But I
That's
don't
all
know
I'm
if it was
saying.
800 million. If that's the total amount, is that from, I think you may be, are you confusing it with the CDBG funding?
I'm just asking you to share the spreadsheet, let them have a look.
Will
If we didn't apply for any of it, that's dead stop. We didn't apply for any of it.
For this rest, we, at one point, were talking about having someone on staff that was their job, was grant writer.
So the LMS it's an LMS working group, and each municipality has a voting member. So the LMS group, that they met every, I don't know how often, but they had Zoom meetings regular and discussed this. So this would have been, this has someone assigned to be on it, to do it. I don't know the interworkings of it. I don't understand it. I just know what I said, and I would like all of us to take the time to get
I
educated
understand.
on
I
it.
just wanted to take the opportunity
Yeah.
to bring that back
Yeah.
up, because there's value in having someone, let's take Megan, for example, Public Works. She shouldn't be researching and figuring out grants. She should be running Public Works.
So didn't we sign for GrantWorks to do that?
We're waiting to bring back an agreement from
Yeah.
GrantWorks.
But they haven't, that
We made that decision to move forward with that.
with GrantWorks,
Mhm.
but what are they looking for? Do they have an idea what we need in this
That would be
city?
strategic planning.
Okay. I don't pretend to have the answers. I
don't
have a lot
either.
of questions.
Yeah.
But, I'm the biggest
Well, I do know that, well, that's. I don't
proponent
wanna
of
go down that
grants.
road,
I'm
but
every expense is brought up here. That's my first question.
I know,
Have we
but-
applied for a grant?
So there's a lot of avenues that we can, I've talked about it when you bring it up, the resources, Florida League of Cities.
Right,
you
but
know,
again, I don't expect Krabby to be looking for grants for the marina. Or writing for grants. I've learned enough to know that successful grant writing is an art, and it's not something we should expect staff to really know how to do well.
Well, and I think that's why GrantWorks was who, and then they would have been paid, they will be paid off of their production, and
Yeah, I'm all
right?
I'm
So that
all
they
for
would, we talked about that, but
all for it.
this wasn't a grant.
Okay,
That's not, you didn't have to write a grant for this.
okay.
But I hear what you, I agree with you.
But it would still be in their purview to be able to know about it and apply for things that we're in need of.
On this specific item, I don't think that count. I don't think that
Okay.
that's
I'll
accurate.
have to
That's,
learn-
you've got to
learn
learn, yeah.
more about what that
I don't
is.
think that would apply to this. I know what you're saying, but here
Okay.
I don't think it applies.
Okay.
Any comments? Next on the agenda is finance, continuation of banking services.
I'll take this one. So the city has had a banking relationship with Hancock Whitney Bank since, I believe, 2016. Back in summer of 2022, we entered into a 3-year extension with Hancock through September 30, 2025. So that's when our our current contract with Hancock Whitney ends. They proposed another 3-year extension through September 30, 2028. So some of the high-level terms are disclosed in the deliverable here in your packet. Basically, there's been no fee increases. In fact, I think they've honored their fees back from when we initiated the relationship in 2016. So we feel those are very fair. We've never physically paid fees in a very long time to Hancock Whitney because their ECR, their earnings credit rate, has always exceeded the fees that we would otherwise pay. In our operating account, we have an automatic sweep into their investment account and maintain a balance of $300,000 in their operating account. So we have a very good relationship with them. They've been responsive. We've been impressed with their service delivery. We see no need to go out and explore the market to potentially make a change. Banking services like various software, ERP, or other technology platforms can be very difficult to unwind and make a change. So if we felt there was a need, because we were unhappy with their service delivery or had other issues, then we would certainly recommend doing that. But we do have a good relationship with them and would like to continue that. So we'd like to execute this 3-year extension, but wanted to bring this to your attention just to get your overall approval before doing so.
Comments, questions?
We're supporting the staff recommendation.
Yes.
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 Appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you. Next on the agenda is Public Works. True Value Trailer Purchase.
Good evening again, and I apologize in advance for my number of items on the agenda. So what I bring before you this evening is the purchase of a True Vac trailer. I think I met with a few of you on your one-on-ones with Robin. So just to give a little backstory on the reason why we're kind of shifting and going this route versus a street sweeper is our street sweeper actually before October 1 was in non-working capacity. Due to the elements, it rusted out. The whole vacuum portion of that street sweeper needed to be replaced. So it just so happened that on the day that we were evacuating for Hurricane Helene, we went to start that and it started leaking oil. So we could not remove it and therefore Helene took it. So as I looked for a replacement street sweeper, the cost of them were over $400,000. We know that the elements in which we sweep twice a month, salt water of a street sweeper here is anywhere from 5 to 7 years. So I started looking at contracted street sweeping services to get the same amount of services we had. While it's probably not as good as what we were doing, we are currently spending $2,500 per month versus $400,000 and a staff that is taken off the road for 4 to 6 days per month, and a CDL driver at that. So what I'm proposing is that we continue to contract out the street sweeping services with SCA, or if they're not making the cut, then we move to another provider. And then we purchase this TruVac trailer, which will help us to stay in line with our NPDES. We have a MS4 permit through Pinellas County for the NPDES. This allows us to, in the event we have a storm drain inlet that is clogged, has sediment, we need to clean it out, we're having an issue with the pipe, we can use it ourselves. So it is a trailer that can be manned by one person, but we always do these operations with 2. And it will just allow us to be able to better maintain our systems, because contracting out a cleaning of an inlet on a barrier island with tides is really quite difficult and honestly quite expensive. So what I have provided for you is the quote provided from Environmental Products. We did just demo this machine. I'd say it's probably been 2 months now. Time gets away from me. But we cleaned out a inlet down at Johns Pass that was completely compacted with sand, and this machine did amazing miracles. So it is, the compartment is 500 gallons. So yes, it is a little small, but we do have an area at the marina that we just may have to take a couple extra trips to dump. But for small jobs, this will definitely get the job done. And the purchase price is $143,570. So I currently have $350,000 budgeted, so we would be way under budget. And I'm here if you have any questions.
Do you have any questions, commission, comments?
I have a question. So is this a sweeper, or is this like a vacuum?
It's a vacuum. So on the back of our old street sweeper, we had what you call like a wandering hose. So we utilize that probably way more often than we actually utilize the street sweeper. We had the street sweeper out twice a month, but when we had a issue with the storm drain, or we needed to use our jetter trailer, we could then jet and clean the pipe and suck all the debris out. So this is it's a trailer in a sense. It's not a truck, and it has a vacuum on it.
Yeah.
So it can be utilized for other operations as well.
And you need an area or a space to store it.
I have space in my yard to store it.
Could we not lease that?
They don't lease those items. And it's much cheaper to purchase it. The maintenance on it is very
How
minimal.
often would you have to clean the pipes?
So we do stormwater maintenance daily, weekly. So it depends on need. We need to be a little bit better than what we have been, because obviously we've been down a street sweeper. So we clean out by hand, or we contract with a service now to come and clean storm drain inlets if we need it. So, but as I stated, this can operate as, so I'm gonna give a prime example, Gulf Lane. I'm getting complaints constantly about the sand on Gulf Lane. Much of it has to do with the properties that have been demoed, that don't have up silt fences. Well, the street sweeper can't pick up 2 inches of sand. It's just not realistic. What we could do with this machine is we could run our little skid steer that we have that has a mechanical broom on it, and then we could run this behind that and suck up the sand that's in the middle of the road. So it's not just specifically for cleaning out storm drain inlets. It also has like a jetter hose on it if we needed to run an irrigation line over at Patriot Park, which we're really working on getting that all up and running. We could jet it with this machine as well.
Okay, thank you.
Are there any other items that you would need to go, accessories, a truck to pull it?
I already have all of that.
Okay.
No other items.
Okay. Great.
No questions, support staff recommendations.
Okay. Next on the agenda is Area 3 Construction, Engineering, Inspection, and Approval.
Hello again, and I want to apologize. I'm bringing this before you a little late in the game because as we know, Area 3 is already ongoing. So when we do a roadway project or really any project of any size, we have a engineer that does the construction engineering inspections, which includes submittals. They include on-the-ground field inspections, oversight over the contractor to ensure that they're, one, doing the installation of the pipes correctly, that they are following the design plans. And if I'm gonna be completely honest, this contractor is a new contractor that we haven't worked with before. They're not really quite used to the barrier islands and all the conflicts that we have with the utilities that are already underground. So they are quite needy. And while I would love to be there and answer and do, I don't have the time, nor that's not my field of expertise. So I'm bringing before you a proposal from Terramar, which is one of our consultants that are under contract for the construction engineering inspection services. And also, we do have a grant on this project through FDEP. So that also goes in conjunction with ensuring that we're following those guidelines as well. So I have included in the scope that they've provided that it will follow. And here if you have any questions.
Commission, any questions? Comments?
So $185,000?
Yes.
Where is the total project in relation to the, what it was budgeted for?
Andrew left, I'm sorry. I don't have that off the top of my head, but I could pull that for you and I could get back.
Well, I just didn't know if you recall. You know, when it.
Was that the total budget for it?
Yeah.
For Area 9?
3.
Sorry, excuse me. I pulled up 9. 3.5 million?
That's just for this year. It's a
For the
multi-year.
current year.
Yeah, it's been spread out. So we are significantly behind on this project. We should have started construction on this project a year and a half ago. But because we do have a grant with FDOT, it has significantly put us behind because of their review process. So I think it's been in the budget for the past 3+ years. And then we will still fall into 26 completing this project. So I can get the exact numbers for you.
I'm just curious. I mean, if it's been delayed 3 years, experience would say that it's over our budget. If we got the grant, it makes it, is it under, I'm just kind of, are we even? Is this 185 still under what we had budgeted?
I don't believe so. No, this project came in over what we had estimated the cost to be.
Well, that's my question.
The budget is 8 million, 4.5 million in the current fiscal 2025. Then we have for the budget for 2026, 3.5 million.
So then, yes, we are under budget then.
Okay. I mean,
And we also get a reimbursement from Pinellas County on that as well, which is not, and within that, those are just the overall expenses.
I mean, really, at the end of the day, it doesn't matter if it's needed, it's needed. I
It
get
is.
that. It's just rationalizing it in my own mind, that's all.
They look out for the best interest of the city, and they are our eyes and ears on the ground at all times. I'm out there once a day, depending on my schedule, every
Yeah,
other
you
day.
need a
but
supervisor, somebody knows what they're doing,
Yes,
and we don't have them on staff.
we do not.
Okay.
What's the duration of the construction?
This contract was for 270 days, I believe, 270 or 295. I would have to pull the contract.
And this cost would be just an inspector, right? Just one inspector
Correct,
for less than a year.
correct.
We couldn't hire somebody?
It's not as simple as that, because you have to have someone who knows the plans. Because then if you don't have somebody who is familiar with the plans, they're then ask the questions out in the field about the plans that they're not familiar with, and then having to go back to the engineer. So there's still associated costs if you're not utilizing the person that, the company that designed the project. So I'll give you a prime example. Today is Wednesday. Monday, we were out on South Bay Shore because the plans have a water main being replaced on the south side of the road. Well, whenever the area was dug up, we found that there is a 2-inch water line there, that there is an electrical line there, that there are utility poles that are in the way. So with myself, the engineers, Pinellas County, the contractor, there were 6 of us out there. We were trying to figure out what the best way possible was to move forward with this, and then had to basically design in a field and move the water line to the other side of the road, and then still coordinate with Pinellas County. So this is in conjunction with Pinellas County project. So we all agreed to a JPA with Pinellas County. I don't remember at what meeting it was, because they reimburse us for all of their utility costs. So this is also them coordinating with the county for the replacement of their utilities as well.
Thank you.
Is this an all-inclusive contract? I just recall previous projects, I think it was Crystal Island, that the former mayor was very upset.
That was not correct information.
Okay.
So at the time, that engineer does multiple things within the city. They work with the planning and zoning department for FEMA mitigation homes, for design plans. So the information I believe that was given to him was incorrect and not for that project. The property address that was listed on the invoice for that was within the project area, but it was completely associated with design plans or a FEMA house or something along those lines. Nothing to do with the road project.
Okay. I just want to make sure we're not going to get,
No, we will not.
because, okay, it was 185 to do this, but now we had change orders over here.
Absolutely not. I will not bring you a change order. I've made that evidently clear to all of them.
Okay, great, thank you.
You're welcome.
Then next on the agenda is interlocal agreement with Thompson Consulting Services for debris monitoring.
I am preemptively bringing this to you all. This is also a interlocal agreement with Pinellas County. Several years ago, we signed contracts that the county had put out to bid. I only signed with Tetra Tech, but Thompson is another firm that is out there that we have since met with. We've also opened up our expansion with the, knock on wood, if we have to utilize another debris contractor. I've met with another company, and their preference is to work with this monitoring company. So I am just simply expanding our contracts in the event we need something, and ensuring that we are taken care of in the best way.
And there's no fiscal impact, right? Unless
Correct.
there's a storm. right?
Absolutely,
Okay,
yes.
Thank you.
Comments? Comments?
Had we this in place before Helene, how would we have handled it differently if we'd had this in place? How would it have impacted us?
It would have just given us another option for a monitoring firm. I wouldn't have changed anything differently that I did for Helene for the debris. Tetra Tech is widely used in Pinellas County. They're a great firm. I don't have any ill will, but say I reach out to Tetra Tech and they can't get here whenever I want them to.
So we have somebody ready.
We have
Got it.
contracts ready.
Thank you.
Yes.
Commissioner, any comments?
No?
Thank you, Megan.
welcome.
Next on the agenda is the Military Court of Honor update, July 23, 2025.
Just a simple update. I've put in here kind of a few things. While you haven't seen us break ground on the property, we are working on the back end. So we required the contractor to do all of the concrete work as samples, 2x2 squares. So the contractor has done the pea pebble aggregate. They did the shell aggregate, which I'm very happy that we made them do because I do not like it. It is terrible. So we have since pivoted, and just as of today, which we don't have a sample of it yet, but we are going to use a shell lock paver, I think is probably the best way to put it, but it's a paver, and it has shells embedded in it. Really pretty. A lot of people use them around here for their pool patios. The reason for that being was, have any of you seen kind of around properties where they have the mortar and the shells kind of stuck in it? Works great if you're not stepping on it. So on a surface that you're stepping on, it's not, and it was not pretty. All of the other items have been great. The people was great. We did the black epoxy. We made them do that for a 28 period before we approve it. So we are in, I would say the second or third week of them pouring that. We also, there was a slip. This project has been going on since 2019. So we found that the Swift Mud permit that we thought had been applied for is not. This project fell into my lap at the end, whenever it was already designed. So we are now working to get the Swift Mud. We already have a permit on that property, so it is not as simple as just filing for an exemption. We have to file to change the permit that we currently have. So we're working through that right now. And I don't have a set date of when we're going to break ground, but I will keep Robin updated. And I also will keep my project updated.
Comments, questions?
No, thanks for the update.
I'm just looking forward to seeing it.
It's going to be very pretty. I also forgot to mention we ordered the benches, and I believe the flagpoles have all been ordered. So all the submittals have been ordered. We're just working through the groundwork.
Awesome, thank you. Next on the agenda is John's Pass Jetty update, July 23rd, 2025.
Just for my sanity, when I do these updates, I'm gonna keep them going just to show. And so you'll see towards the end that there's an asterisk by July 8th. So I did receive the permit from FDEP for the installation of the Moby mat, and I believe weather dependent, it's going in tomorrow. So I had applied for that, but because we're in the middle of turtle season, FWC had to review it, and typically they don't. Not a problem, they allowed it. We are working with the engineering firm to complete the design plans, and we are still waiting for information from FDEP on the mean high tide line, I believe. But I'm not sure, have any of you seen the Venice jetty that they've completed within the last, I'd say, a few months? Are you aware of it? Their jetty was severely damaged, and they finally just opened it back up not too long ago. But what they did was they did like an asphalt kind of sidewalk, which asphalt is more flexible than concrete. So I think, as I mentioned, we are looking at all avenues because those rocks are going to shift. That's what they do. We don't want to be in a situation where we spend a lot of money and then all of a sudden we have a trip hazard 2 months later. So once we have the design, it's just the material, and I don't think we'll have a hard time finding that. It just may sampling materials and seeing what may be best for that environment, because again, that is a harsh environment. It gets splashed by the salt water, and salt water eats up everything. So
Wouldn't asphalt shift very easily and break up and become a hazard?
Theirs looks amazing.
When was it poured?
Recently. They're on my list to reach out to, and I apologize, I have not done that yet. But I'm gonna get their design plans, because it's much like ours. So they would have obviously gone through the rigorous engineering and, I would hope, sampling. So I always like to see what others have done that have similar items, and obviously if it works for them and it's working, then I'll definitely give it a thought. And obviously talk to our engineers about it
Yeah,
as
that would
well.
be my concern, is that there's been over too many asphalt pavements that have buckled and.
There's also different, I guess, there's different rock sizes that you can put in asphalt. So that's kind of what we did on Gulf Lane. We didn't use the standard asphalt. So those are different options as well. I was just mentioning if anybody had seen it, just an option. I don't think there's been much jetty work that's been done, sidewalks that have been done. So that was just one that maybe I was talking about it and it just popped up on my feed.
They're always listening.
Absolutely, they are, for sure.
Any other comments? Next on the agenda is 2026 John Deere Gator discussion.
So I have in the budget for 2025, the purchase of a new Gator. I budgeted $25,000. My current Gator is a 2016 and has been outside because we don't have a place to store it inside until now. Now we have a utility room at Archibald where it currently is at. But my horn doesn't work anymore. My backup beeper stopped working. I've got holes rusted through the frame of it. It's past its useful life, and honestly, it's not super safe to take out on the road, and that's where we utilize it. Utilize it on the road, we utilize it on the beach. So I am bringing forth the purchase of a 2026 Gator. The price came in from Everglades for $23,355, which leaves me an additional $1,645 for emergency lights. The only item that will be outfitted on this will be emergency lights. My current Gator has a strobe light on the top, and then it has, I think it's 2 strobe lights on the front grille and the back. That is just because my rules are if you're out on the street in a side-by-side and not in a regular vehicle, I want those flashing lights on so you're seen a little bit better. So I will stay within my allotted $25,000. And I've already kind of quoted out the lights, and those are way less than $1,000.
Comments?
Is that price pretty competitive with other manufacturers?
I have received a few different quotes because I wasn't sure which one I wanted. I need a 4-seater, so that kind of cuts down my options there. So I received a quote for a Kubota, which was a little bit less, but the Kubotas are very slow. The top speed on that was 24 miles per hour. I like it to go at least 35 so it can at least not get ran over on the road. And then I priced out a Polaris, which was over my budget. So yes, very comparable. Plus it's on the Sourcewell contract. So if you look on the proposal, we get a pretty significant discount for being a member of Sourcewell.
Thank you.
Comments? So I appreciate that it's on the agenda, even though it's approved and it's under the 30,000. Are you sure you're not going to trick it out and go over budget?
I will not go over budget. I will stay within my $25,000.
And I appreciate that you broke out what the extras would be, so. But again, it was already approved when we budgeted it. So, thank you.
Thank you.
Next on the agenda is Pinellas County Joint Participation Agreement, Area 5.
This is another roadway project that we are near the final design, and this is part of that funding that you hear Andrew mention about with that Series 2019. This is the last part of that. So we, again, coordinate with Pinellas County whenever we do these roadway projects so that the county can replace their aging infrastructure, because the last thing I want to do is spend millions of dollars on a road project and then have the county come in and cut up our brand new asphalt to replace a water line that's leaking. So we coordinate with the county for several years. I have a project list with the county and to ensure that they look at their infrastructure and replace it. So this is just agreeing to the road project, the area, their cost, and that they will reimburse the city. We just signed one of these for Area 3. So you'll see the pricing is included, I believe. My computer's having a moment. Did I include? Yes, so you'll see that the county's total estimated cost is a little over $1.5 million that they will reimburse us for this project.
Any comments or questions?
So the Pinellas County, it is, I mean, we're working with them as far as utilities, right? There's
Yes.
really not, we don't have a county road here except maybe Doomy Road, just a portion of it. So this is merely just fixing their utilities to make sure that the infrastructure is good before we pave.
Correct, yes, so you'll see on the page after, page 389 in your packet, you'll see the map, the area map that shows the lines that the county will be replacing. So the way that they find those lines is they look at their GIS maps, and if any lines are ductile iron, those are automatically are getting replaced. Or if they have a line that has obviously significant issues, then those are replaced in these projects as well.
Those ductile iron pipes, are they being replaced with PVC?
Yes,
Okay, thank you.
you're welcome.
Any additional comments or questions?
Grant works.
Love it.
I have requested grants on this project, on this area. This is one that I did not receive one, but I requested I can't remember. We requested from, I believe,
The
Luna's
Department of
office.
Commerce.
Department of Commerce. There's been 3, and I haven't received any information.
How about on the Gator?
I'm sorry?
How about on the Gator? Did we investigate?
I did not.
Next on the agenda is Boca Ciega Straight-In Project Update 7/23/25.
Same as the Patriot Park Court of Honor. We are working through the submittals, through acquiring the pavers for this project. The pavers, unfortunately, are a 4 to 8 week lead time. So those have been purchased. And I believe, so they're hoping that they're gonna mobilize on August 18th. That way, by the time the pavers do arrive, they will be able to start the installation. So I will keep you all updated with my project updates on that as well. And this will be a fairly simple project. I already have all the plants. We did purchase those through our nursery, and I believe I brought that before you all as well. So we had pulled that out of the project, but I will still stay within the project cost of $150,000. So I had a contingency, but that contingency covered the cost of the plants. So we are ensuring that
Awesome.
no change orders.
Awesome. Any comments or questions? Good job. Thank you. Next on the agenda is FDOT 150th Avenue resurfacing.
And I believe this is my last one. So I was tasked by Robin to reach out to FDOT to see if there was a schedule for the resurfacing of 150th. And this is what they sent. So from the map, you'll see that 150th is listed on here. It is listed for fiscal year 2028. And I know that it was brought up, I wasn't at the last meeting, but I know that it was brought up about the depressions that you're seeing along 150th. Those are Pinellas County's sewer main. The county is aware that that pipe is in a sense failing. Sanitary sewer line.
Sewer line.
Yes, all of the depressions that you have, that have popped up since Hurricane Helene, those are the sanitary sewer line.
Does that mean that the erosion occurs, sewer line's broken and erosion's occurring?
There is an issue with, so when you see a depression anywhere in the area, there is a utility line underneath that is failing. I don't know the extent of that. It's because it's not our utility. But I do know that Pinellas County is aware, because the one that is closest to the lift station by the marina and the public works yard, we were contacting FDOT about that because we thought it was their storm drain that was failing, because we had a failure of their storm drain pipe that is in Patriot Park. After FDOT had been out to patch it several times, they then did a little bit more investigation and found that it was Pinellas County sanitary line. And if you follow that line, there was depressions happening all over. So FDOT will also coordinate with the county for their milling and resurfacing, depending, county typically likes to line their pipes rather than replacing, depending on the state of the pipe. But I have not received any updates on that.
So the pipes need to be repaired, right, or lined?
My assumption from my experience is that the pipe is failing. But I do not have any more details than that, except for the depressions that are
Do you
open.
know if they're VCP pipes or PVC?
I do not know. We don't really have access to their GIS.
Would they TV the lines if we asked them?
We could request them to do that. We've requested that in other locations.
That's one way to know if the pipes are failing.
I would agree, but it's not our utility. So I can request it, and again, it's been reported to them on several occasions, but I don't know if they've TV'd the line. They don't share that information with us unless we request it.
Yes, there are lines, but of course, you know, the services hasn't been stopped, utility services, which is good, but the roads are failing, so, and that causes unsafe situations, so.
I would fully agree with you. FDOT, whose roadway it is aware, and they typically have more grit with the county to make them correct any utility issues. Because ultimately, at the end of the day, the liability is on FDOT.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Any additional comment? So next on the agenda would be respond to public comment, and we did not have any public comment or questions at the beginning. But before we adjourn, Robin, we haven't had any real updates on storm damage specific, like Kitty Stewart Park, Archibald the rec center, or downstairs. Could we please at our next meeting get a solid update on where those 4 projects are? Because I get asked and we don't have an answer. I don't want it tonight because it is almost 11 o'clock and it was not on the agenda, but if it could be broken out,
We'll just list them individually
Yes.
as agenda items.
just so that the snack shack most especially, everybody wants, I say everybody, lots of people want to know about that and Kitty Stewart Park.
And the county.
Yeah, and well, the county lot, there is an update on the county's website. They update it regular and they've been working on it, so,
They're just waiting for Smith Fence.
yeah.
Yep.
So if there's nothing more, it is 10:46 and we are adjourned.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.